When you hear the name Isel Lithania, it seems to have something to do with yourself. The young man inquired who it was. The young man inquired if that was the name of a little girl who lived in the neighborhood, but it was explained to him that that little girl's name was Ein. Be that as it may, Isel's name was not famous, and apparently Isel was a minor character in this novel. The man with silver hair inquired if the anal had asked to meet him. The young man had heard that the girl had sent people to him every day for a month to gain an audience. The silver-haired man explained that he wasn't the type to meet with just because someone wanted to. Isel replied that she was aware of who he was. The man with silver hair was Duke Karl Berg Byron. Isel explained that she wanted to meet him because the Archduke wasn't the kind of man who could see dogs and cows. The man didn't quite understand what the girl meant. Isel offered to sit down in any case, because she wanted to properly examine the man, who is not so easy to meet on the street. Then she turned to Archduke Karl and asked him what he had to say about it. The girl introduced herself by the name of Isel Latania Spencer, to which Karl replied that it was the first time he had heard this name. But the girl calmly accepted this information, seeing she assumed Karl wouldn't remember. Karl inquired if the girl was an aristocrat. She explained that her family had been titled aristocrats long ago, so they were not well known to many people. Karl realized that he had never heard the last name Spencer before. Isel noticed that Karl had a very pensive expression on his face. She then asked the man not to worry about it too much, because it didn't really matter what family she was from or what her name was. Isel told him that she had come to meet Archduke Byron, and he, the Archduke, had finally come to see her. Charles explained that he was busy reorganizing the army. He was kicking out, exiling, and arresting the men Isel had sent, but she went on and on. Karl just wanted to see the man who had asked so insistently for a meeting without even properly giving his name. The girl explained that the person the Archduke was so fed up with was right in front of him, then asked how he was doing. Said he just hoped it was worth the incessant harassment for a month. In response, the girl smiled. This surprised Karl, because there is a person in the world who just like that can laugh in front of him. Archduke Karl Berg Byron, as if born straightforward, and also spoke little, but when he spoke, he seemed very majestic. Because of this, Karl had problems not only with his adjutants and knights, but even with members of the Imperial family. Charles had broad shoulders and seemingly graceful facial features, but most women avoided him. Even despite his biography and appearance, it was not easy for ladies to approach him. Afterward, Karl asked the girl to start with the main point. Isel realized that this meant he didn't have time even for a cup of tea. Isel wasn't surprised, as that could very well happen. Isel explained that she needed the Archduke's help. In response, Karl was perplexed. Did she not hear what he said earlier? Because he was so busy that he could not even blink. Isel heard everything perfectly well, but still decided to risk asking for a favor. Isel also warned that this did not mean that the help would be free, for she would certainly pay a fair price. Karl asked the girl what kind of help she needed, for he had to listen to her first and then think it over. The girl assured him that there was nothing special about it. She was just going to do something, but it would be quite noisy, so much so that some might confuse it with a riot. Karl got excited and asked the girl what she meant. Isel hoped that the Archduke would be able to calm the people down. Karl understood that joining the conspiracy was punishable by the death of 3 generations of the family. The man doubted that the girl knew what she was saying, for it was beyond becoming a conspirator. Then he asked Isel not to mention it again. After that, he asked the girl if she was really offering him to lead the rebellion now. Isel knew that the Duke would react exactly as she had assumed, but she decided there was nothing she could do about it. House Byron is a family of knights who have sworn allegiance to the Imperial family for 500 years. Already, the men of the Duke family have long been known for their intransigence and cruelty. Therefore, asking him to participate in the rebellion was like killing him on the spot. Isel had already replayed their conversation several times in her head, and there was no way it would embarrass her. Isel explained to Karl that he had probably misunderstood something, because she hadn't asked him to become the leader of the rebellion. She had simply said that it would be nice if his powers would protect them from the oppression of law and authority. But it was the same for Karl, though the girl insisted that they were completely different things. Besides, she wasn't going to rebel. The girl explained that Karl could look at it as saving the empire and the world. The girl was sure that Carl probably already knew that the demons and monsters that had been banished to the ends of the world were returning. And if they continue like this, the Empire is in great danger, for now there are not enough resources or food to winterize and feed the soldiers. The girl asked the Night Duke how to protect everyone from the demons if they can't even feed the people. Isel dared to say that 15 days would be enough for the Imperial Castle to collapse. Therefore, Carl should help her, because then she would take care of the problem with the soldiers. Carl asked the girl what she meant, whereupon Isel explained that she would provide food for 500,000 soldiers. She would provide them with clothing, dry firewood, oil and flints to start a fire, and anything else they would need. Carl was very much surprised, for he had been trying to solve this problem for more than 2 months, and the girl is going to solve it right now. Moreover, she wants to provide a year's supply of food. Isel also assured the man that it was, of course, all free of charge if he would help her. The Duke asked the girl if she knew what the food prices were now. After all, they were now about 10 times higher from what they were in the summer. Isel explained that if she asked for help from such a busy man, she had to pay. The girl was well aware of Archduke Byron's place in the Empire, for he has far more power than His Majesty the Emperor under martial law. Therefore, he is the only person she can turn to for help. Carl became angry, for this is the first time he has heard of her family. Besides, she knows a secret that only a few people know, and sets ridiculous conditions. Carl wondered who was hiding behind the mask of an aristocrat. Isel said that she lived in poverty, but she didn't think that money was the main thing, and it was also believed that there were many things that couldn't be bought. But then she changed her mind and said that money was important, because it allowed her to take over the information network of the Empire, buy a strong wizard, as well as remove 100,000 mercenaries to fight monsters, as well as the most powerful man in the Empire. The girl explained that she doesn't have time and money so much that she doesn't have time to use them, and time is in short supply. Therefore, if the Archduke was satisfied with her proposal, he should tell her so, for they must not lose time, as they must go to His Majesty the Emperor immediately. Whereupon Isel asked Charles to choose. Eventually, after some time, the girl thanked him for making his decision quickly. Suddenly, Charles asked the girl why she said that they were acquainted. This duke asked the girl if they had met before. Carl didn't remember all the people he had met in the past, so it was quite possible that he had forgotten someone, but he also had a strange, uneasy feeling. Afterward, he asked the girl when they had met. Isel told him that it had happened a long time ago, and it had probably been more than 10 years, or even 15. Carl realized that meant they had met when they were just over 10 years old. The girl understood perfectly well why the man could not remember, because they do not remember their childhood well. In addition, they did not have the opportunity to meet at a more realized age. Then Carl could not understand at all why the girl mentioned it. Isel told him that he had been a coward and a crybaby then. He grabbed her when she was about to go home and told her that later, when she grew up, that they would have to get married. The girl didn't know who she would choose, the foster parents that had raised Isel as their own for 20 years, or the real dad and mom that had only showed up now. If someone asked her one day, she wouldn't hesitate to choose her rich biological parents from a family of conglomerates. Although she is very grateful to her adoptive parents who raised her for so long, in this world, truth is on the side of whoever has the money. The girl realized from an early age the truth that happiness can be bought if you are fabulously rich. And it was thanks to her adoptive parents that she accepted this simple truth. Immediately after her adoption, they had Gemini, and all the attention went to them. So as the girl grew up, she decided to live apart from her family. Then it became clear that, being in the real world without money, people are forced to live a miserable existence. So she couldn't help but rejoice when she reincarnated and got a second chance at a happy life. Isel was glad that she was finally her time. She was a daughter in a family of aristocrats and was finally able to live without worrying about food or rent. The names of emperors, high-ranking aristocrats, and the name of the country were vaguely familiar at the beginning, but it didn't really matter much. After all, what pleased the girl most was that she was rich. Therefore, it did not matter to her whether it was a novel or a cartoon. You can only that she became an aristocrat. However, the world did not turn out to be so simple, for they went bankrupt. In an instant, the Spencer enterprise went bankrupt, and the family was mired in debt. Isel couldn't believe that a nobleman could easily go bankrupt. After all, when an aristocrat family goes into debt, their assets are written off. Most rich people have savings for 3 generations to come, but where is it seen that an aristocrat can go bankrupt in 3 days? In the end, all that was left was a rundown mansion with no one to run it. Isel didn't see why they shouldn't take the house. Things could have been resolved if they sold the mansion, but unfortunately, it belonged to the Imperial family. The girl didn't understand. Should she call it luck, after all this beautiful mansion? But it looked completely empty. The mother felt sorry that she hadn't prepared anything today, but her husband assured her that it was more precious to him than any fine meal, so he promised that he would surely eat everything to his dear wife. Whereupon, the mother asked her daughter to eat sooner. The girl was digging into the overcooked soup, which had been boiled several times already. She was reflecting on the fact that her family had become poor. Suddenly, her father told her that he had met Lord Widgod yesterday. The spouse was surprised, for it was his old friend. The father said that his friend had heard the news about him and had come to see if there was anything he could do to help. The spouse thought this was good news. However, she asked her husband if he was thinking of going into some strange business again. But the man doubted that it was possible and assured his wife that they were just having a little talk. In response, the spouse inquired if that was really the case. Isel was aware that the Spencer family business went bankrupt through no fault of her father, because as soon as the business began to grow, unknown where the promissory note appeared. And when the father inherited the place, it was already quite difficult to fix anything. Said to revive the family, he started the business with the money he had left, but was deceived by a friend and drained all his savings. The wife decided to confide in her husband and explained that in any case, even if she wanted to stop him, she was powerless to do so. The woman explained that this is all very healthy, but the problem is that her husband trusts people too easily. After all, trusting people and losing money is acceptable when you can afford it, but not when they're in that position. Her spouse decided that if they are together, she doesn't mind eating this watery porridge for the rest of her life. But their daughter Isel has to eat well and can't eat properly, so she is starving like this. Isel didn't realize whether she should like it or not. After all, she would be very grateful if it was possible to eat well. It was another thing to have to eat bad soup. The girl decided that even if it was liquid soup, she would eat it, for at least she didn't have to eat under stairs. The wife decided that in any case their daughter Isel should eat well, and then asked her husband if he understood what she was saying. The husband assured his dear wife that she shouldn't worry, because the result of the bankruptcy petition filed by the Imperial family wouldn't be known until next month, and then they would receive a certain subsidy and wouldn't have to worry about anything. In response, the wife asked her husband if he knew that there were many aristocrats who had starved to death thinking just like him. The wife told her husband that she trusted him. Isel at this moment thought about the fact that she should hurry up, but in reality, the girl didn't even know where she was. She had no idea which of the works this world belonged to. She was about 4 years old when she realized that she had been reincarnated in a novel. She remembered familiar names and country names she had once seen in some book. But the problem was that she couldn't remember which novel it was, because there were so many of them, but all the novels she could find, so it was hard to guess what kind of world it was. She pondered that if only her family had a lot of money and power, she could make something up by dating aristocrats with familiar names. But that wasn't the case now. After all, they were aristocrats without money or power. The girl decided that she needed to remember the plot of this novel as soon as possible. Her father, who had left in the morning, came empty-handed. His slumped shoulders seemed too heavy. So Isel decided that she should know what events awaited their family, and then she could think of a way to make money. Isel promised herself that she would never live in poverty in this life, and that she would find the money. Isel began to wonder what the novel was about. The girl listed all the options, from a harem to a magical land or poverty. She realized she liked love stories, so it had to be that genre. After all, it couldn't be a horror novel that she had reread several times. Suddenly, there was a loud knock on the door of the house. Isel peeked out from behind the stairs to see who was there, since no one usually came in this early. Isel assumed it was the creditors showing up. The girl's mom and dad were gone, so she decided it was probably best to pretend that no one was home. But the knocking on the door didn't stop. Isel was worried that the door was about to be broken down and smashed to splinters. She assumed that they were going to bang on the door until someone opened it. Isel decided there was nothing to be done and walked over to the door to open it. On the threshold, she asked the man who he was. Standing in front of the girl was a dark-haired man with red eyes. Isel assumed that there was a chance that they had shown up for money, so she decided that she needed to look as meek and innocent as possible. The man asked the girl if she was really Isel Lithania. Isel noticed that the man looked fierce, whereupon she turned to her uncle and asked who he was. The man ignored the child's question and told her to answer the questions asked. Isel thought that now she wanted to slam the door in his face, but still she decided not to do so, as he might be a guest of her parents, and then she gave a positive answer to the question asked by the man. The man knew that I had ruined myself, but he hoped that she could at least read, after which he handed her a letter. Isel began to look at it with interest. The man explained that, it turns out, it is necessary to take this idiot, who cannot even read, and take up her education. It was a real disaster for him. Isel pretended as if she hadn't heard him call her an idiot at all. She didn't understand why he was even coming here and pissing her off. So the girl asked the uncle if he was a member of the Banquet family. In response, the man asked her how she knew that. Isel explained that it says here in black and white that the letter is from the Banquet family. Therefore, he must be a man from the same family. After which she asked her uncle which one of them was the idiot. Isel looked at the leaflet with interest and inquired about the official stamped document and realized that it seemed to be meant for her. Isel inquired of her uncle if she should show this message to her parents. Isel saw that the man was very angry and purposely made a completely innocent appearance. She realized that he wouldn't be able to take his anger out on a small child. So the man decided that he should give the girl one piece of advice, namely, if it was a side branch of the Banquet family, then anyone could receive such a privilege. However, if possible, it would be better to refuse such a venture. After all, if she accepted the offer, she would fully realize how pathetic her situation was. Isel assumed that the man did not want to lose to her, or was eager to curse her. The man turned around and was about to leave. At this point, the girl wished he had stepped in his poop. Isel realized there was another reason she needed to make money. Father and mother looked at the letter from the Banquet family and didn't expect the time to come so quickly. Father realized that the situation was not an easy one. Suddenly, the father asked his daughter if she could read what was written here. Isel answered in the affirmative and told him that the descendants of the side branches could attend the classes organized by the Banquet family free of charge. Her father confirmed his daughter's words that the descendants of the side branches could receive free education, and she had the same right. Isel had not expected that the Spencer family was a side branch of the Banquet house. As expected, she only remembered fragments. But what she knew for sure was that the Banquet family mentioned in the novel was the ducal family that controlled the empire. And it turns out that the tattered aristocratic family is a side branch of that very same Banquet family. It was a fact that shocked the girl. Isel turned to her parents and wondered if she absolutely had to go there. Well, Mom and Dad explained to the child that no one was forcing her. However, the Banquet family's education is known for its high standard. They have top-notch classes that are quite difficult to get elsewhere. Isel realized that this meant that all the children attending classes there came from a family of high-ranking nobles, and she was just a descendant of a side branch who couldn't even dream of such a noble status. The girl realized that her mother and father were probably worried that she would be discriminated against there and hurt her soul. She, on the other hand, was far more worried that her father would have a soul wound. Dad realized that there would be challenging classes taught by the best teachers, providing a level of knowledge that was quite difficult to grasp, so he doubted if his daughter could handle it all on her own. The mother approached Isel and explained that they were not limiting her in anything. The mother realized that her daughter Isel had failed to get the basic education that every nobleman usually received, and it was unlikely that there would be such an opportunity in the future. Therefore, she should definitely take the chance that was given to her. But what parent can tell their child that they will be belittled for coming from a poor family? Isel confessed to her parents that she wanted to go there. In response, Mom and Dad asked their daughter if she had thought about it well. After all, we are talking about the Banquet family, to get into the residence of which not everyone can. So Isel assured her parents that she was fine and asked them not to worry. She realized that she simply could not miss such a wonderful opportunity. Finding herself near the residence of the Banquet family, the girl could not believe that it was not a dream. Up close, the building looked even more majestic. The father approached with his child to the knight. The guard asked the man what business they were here for. The father explained that they were here by self-invitation, after which he held out a flyer. The knight was surprised to see that the letter referred to a side branch of the Banquet family. The knight glanced at the man a few times and then at the letter, in order to ascertain if it was true. After all, he couldn't believe that the descendants of the Banquet family were standing in front of him. Father realized that it was obvious from the knight's face that he couldn't believe his eyes, whereupon he confessed that he was Spencer. The knight responded by informing him that this was the first time he had heard that last name. Isel understood that anyone can hear a surname for the first time in their life, but did not understand how you can say it out loud. In addition, the girl did not understand why he treats her father with such disdain. After all, her dad is polite to him. Therefore, the girl decided to put him in his place and asked the knight if he was a nobleman. After all, most people who addressed her daddy on you were not noblemen, so she thought that he was one too. The knight was a little shocked at what the child said. Isel wanted to show that even if the attire looked unkempt, a nobleman was still a nobleman. Oh, and on top of that, the descendants of the Banquet side branch were standing in front of him. After which, the knight corrected the mistake and allowed them to enter. Father noticed that even a simple guard belittled them. Therefore, he couldn't even think of how much contempt his daughter would be treated with by the nobles. The father prayed mentally that his daughter would not be traumatized. The father realized that starting from here, his daughter Isel must go alone. Whereupon the girl turned to her daddy and said that it was time for her to go. The father patted his daughter's cheeks and called her his beauty. After that, he asked her to be careful and assured her that her daddy believed in her. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded behind them. Banquet turned to the man and said that he was either too stubborn or too dull-witted to understand what was going on. Then he decided it was probably both. The man introduced himself by the name of Gerald Banquet and said that his son would also be starting classes this year, so he was looking forward to seeing them. Isel realized that Gerald's sarcastic remarks were not enough, but he was only introducing himself now. It made her feel disgusted. The man was just about to shake Gerald's hand as a welcome, but the man immediately yanked it away. Gerald explained that we were only minutes away from the start of class, so we would already hurry to go inside. Then, he defiantly began to wipe his hands with a handkerchief. Isel decided to memorize the information that Gerald Banquet's son would be studying in the same class. The girl wanted to see what was so special about him, so she had another reason why she should attend this class. Isel walked into the classroom and was surprised because Gerald said that the class would start soon, and there was only one person sitting in the classroom. The girl assumed it was a group tardy and also noticed that the classroom was downright crushing with its size. The girl sitting in the classroom immediately greeted the newly arrived Isel. The child with golden hair hesitantly introduced herself with the name Lancia. Lancia, wiping her snot, explained that her father was from Goethe and her mother was from the province of Labor, and now they lived in Arafox. Now Isel realized where the girl had gotten that dialect from. Isel realized that it was hard to imagine such a dialect in a girl dressed with a needle, as if she was going to visit the most famous coffee shop in the capital. Besides, she knew that Arafox was quite far from here. Lanciayu told her that her mother thought that only some weasels spoke dialect in the capital, so she had been practicing for a year to speak like an educated girl from the capital. However, when she gets worried, speaking in dialect comes out by itself. Isel asked the girl not to cry, because the habit is not easy to change. Lancia shared that she had heard that people in the capital looked down on those who spoke dialect as if they were hillbillies. Isel knew that Arafox wasn't close. After all, it was a rather remote area, so it was natural for people in the capital to think of it as a rural area. So she explained to Lancia that besides using dialect, there are quite a few things they treat with disdain. Isel realized that it could also be poverty or status, but decided to just reply that there were many things. Lancia looked at Azel and said that she looked just like a doll. Goldilocks shared that she had never seen such sparkling red eyes before. Lancia thought it was super beautiful. Goldilocks once again introduced herself as Lancia Ermund, the second daughter of Count Ermund. In response, Azel also introduced herself by her first name. Suddenly, another child entered the room. A dark-haired boy with red eyes gathered at the girls when they managed to get here. The dark-haired young boy turned to Azel. In response, the girl inquired how he knew her. The young man knew who the girl was, as she had nothing, just a title about being an aristocrat. He had heard from his father that there was a tactless girl who was better not to mess with, for the level was not the same. The dark-haired young boy turned to Lancia to find out why she messed with Azel even though she knew who she was. The dark-haired boy was even disgusted to look at, since Azel tries her best to be an aristocrat. But she wasn't. He thought that such an idiotic girl was no different from the commoners hanging out on the street. In response, Azel asked the young man how old he was. The girl assumed he was older than her. Azel realized that this must be the son Gerald was talking about. The boy boasted that he was 10 years old. After that, Azel wondered why he was here. After all, she knew that 8-year-olds were taught here. So Azel asked the boy what a 10-year-old like him was doing among them. Azel wondered to the boy if he was being silly. Besides, he was 2 years older than her, but she didn't think there was much height difference between them. Afterward, she asked her new friend Lancia to stand up in order to compare their height. Azel placed them side by side and pointed out to the boy that he was even shorter than Lancia. She then asked him if he was really 10 years old. In response, the boy became very angry. Azel thought about the fact that beans grow when they are planted, and red beans grow when red beans are planted. She didn't understand how it was that every time she saw annoying people, the words came out on their own. The boy was so angry that he told Azel to apologize to him right away. At this time, the other children were already in the classroom and were watching the scene with interest. The boy kept ordering Azel that she should apologize immediately for teasing him. It got to the point where the boy asked Azel if she knew who he was. But how was she to know if he was Mengu from next door or Jingu? Behind, though she actually knew whose son he was. Azel asked Lancia if she knew Raven Basquiel. The girl replied that she didn't, and asked her friend standing next to her if she knew who he was. Raven didn't understand how that could be, for it was unfathomable for someone not to know him. Azel wondered if all high-ranking aristocrats were missing screws in their heads. Raven kept ordering the girls to make sure she apologized to him as soon as possible for calling him stupid and teasing him about his short stature. Azel wondered what would happen if she refused. Denise, that started me off, did everything until they got what they wanted. She had experienced it firsthand while fiddling with the twins, her foster parents in the past. After which she thought for a moment and decided to apologize. Raven didn't expect it to be that easy at all, after which he told her to bow and apologize properly. Azel realized that this was stressing her out. The girl stepped closer, and Raven was mentally already cheering that the girl would apologize as he had ordered her to. Azel got as close as she could, lowered her head and began to apologize, but at one point she abruptly raised and forehead smacked the boy in the nose, which caused Raven's nose to bleed. Azel thought to herself that she had hit him too hard. Raven, whose nose was bleeding, decided not to listen to the lecture and ran out of the classroom. Azel thought that silently tolerating everything was not something to be tolerated, though she wasn't going to do that. The professor looked around the class and noticed that one seat was empty. Then he introduced himself by the name Erzakiel and said that he was a scholar of the Basquiel family who would be in charge of this class from now on. Suddenly, the man looked at Azel and assumed that she was a servant. Then he noticed a girl with blonde hair and blue eyes sitting next to her. He realized that it was clearly Lancia Ermund Rogan, the second daughter of the Count's family. Erzakiel realized that it was not uncommon for nobles to bring a servant with them to class out of habit. After which he explained that this was warned in advance time after time, and he encountered such a situation on a daily basis. After which he announced to the entire class that it was not allowed to bring their servants to class. This was directly addressed to Miss Lancia. Erzakiel understood that it must be awkward for Lancia to be in a place like this alone, but he asked her to immediately order her maid to leave the classroom. Lancia glanced at her girlfriend sitting next to her and realized it was about her. Only the teacher wanted to explain that if suddenly Lancia refused to take her maid out, she would lose her right to listen to his lecture. But Isel interrupted the professor and explained that she was not a maid. She then presented the professor with a document that came in her name. The man's eyes widened momentarily as he began to read the letter. Erzakiel looked at the child and didn't understand how she could even be called a descendant of a side branch of the Basquiel family. Isel had just about guessed what he was thinking. Afterwards, the professor apologized for getting it all wrong. Isel was surprised, as she expected him to just blatantly ignore his mistake. But in the end, he readily admitted that he had done wrong and apologized. Lastly, the professor decided to say that in this class, they were learning the basic skills that every nobleman needed. After which, he handed the children their study guide, and also explained that if they passed this book before the next class, they could immediately start taking the exam. The professor added that the content was a bit complicated, but diligent students who had received proper education since childhood would have no problems reading this monumental work. The children sitting in the classroom immediately began to guffaw that they didn't want to read this, much less take any kind of exam. Isel realized that they, like her, one small child, would not be happy about having to take an exam, especially when it came to mastering such a voluminous book at an age when they should be reading fairy tales at best. Even she was not comfortable with such a thing. Isel also hoped that the book would be given away for free, because judging by its thickness, it wasn't cheap. Suddenly, the professor said that the book could be easily bought in any store, so he urged the children to buy this monumental work. Isel didn't understand at all what money she needed to buy this book for, since her family didn't have any. The professor announced that today's class had come to an end and said they would see each other next week. Only the girl was about to go to the exit, as suddenly the professor approached her. The teacher good-naturedly offered the girl to take this book. Isel did not expect such a thing at all, and did not understand why he suddenly decided to give her this book. And then, another one. The professor asked the girl to take these books and follow him. Isel assumed that the professor was disparaging her because she was a noblewoman from a bankrupt family. The girl also thought about him trying to use her as an errand girl. Suddenly, Lancia turned to her new friend and offered to help her, but Isel declined and assured her that everything was fine, then promised to return soon. Isel couldn't keep up with the professor and mentally asked him to go slower, as it seemed to her that she was about to fall off her skates. This did not go unnoticed by the man, who assumed the child was angry. Eventually, the professor handed the girl another book and asked her to take it. In response, Isel inquired why he was doing this. The professor explained that he had another one of those, so it was okay. The girl didn't understand what having one had to do with him giving her this tome. The professor understood that it was a logical question. He then explained that the book was old, so he was going to throw it away anyway, so if she wanted it, she could keep it. Isel examined the book and couldn't get enough of how clean it was. Even though it looked like it had been read more than once, it was in perfect condition. The professor added that he didn't need the book, so the girl could take it and do what she wanted. She could throw it away or pass it on by fire. Isel turned to the professor and wondered if he had specifically called her to come with him to give it to her. The professor explained that that wasn't exactly the case. Isel didn't understand why he was being reticent at all, because if it wasn't, he wouldn't have had any need to call her to come with him. After all, he had noticed that she was worried about where to get the book, whereupon she thanked the professor heartily and promised that she would use it with care. The professor turned to the girl, embarrassed, and said that he thought it was time for her to go back. Isel was mentally glad that now there was one less waste. Suddenly, the girl opened the book and saw that Velen's last name was written there. She realized that she had heard it somewhere before. Suddenly, the words about drinking alcohol with a storm at the bottom, summoned by Archmage Velen in a monocle, flashed through Isel's mind. In that same second, the girl looked at the professor and realized that he was the Archmage. Isel remembered that Velen is a supreme wizard with a monocle. He was a wizard who ruled the sea and a character who is always accompanied by storms and torrential rains, and the devil of the sea. Before going to sea, sailors would drink alcohol and sing songs to swallow the storm previously caused by Velen. The phrase, "dip your drink into the storm caused by Velen," the Archmage in the monocle, appeared just then. Isel couldn't believe that Archmage Velen was actually in front of her. The girl remembered that he seemed to be a little over 40 in the novel and wore a monocle. It was probably around that age that he had become an archmage. This made Isel realize that in such a case the events of 10 years before were now unfolding. The girl was brought out of her musings by Lancia's voice. The golden-haired girl with blue eyes asked her friend if she had any pain. Isel then explained that if she was sick, there was a pharmacist nearby, and she could probably go to his counter and ask for medicine. Isel assured Lancia that she was fine, then thanked her for giving her a ride, because thanks to her, Isel didn't have to carry that heavy book. Isel also turned to Lancia and asked if she was all right. Goldilocks didn't quite understand what her friend meant, then came to her senses and explained that such things didn't bother her. Isel reminded her that her family had gone bankrupt, but Lancia stood by the fact that the girl was still an aristocrat nonetheless. Moreover, she looked more like an aristocrat and didn't even speak dialect. Isel climbed out of the carriage and thanked Lancia for giving her a ride today, and assured her that she shouldn't worry so much about the dialect, as it didn't look strange at all. Isel asked her new friend to be more confident in herself, because just because she uses a lot of dialect doesn't say anything bad about her. The girl also gave the advice that if she is directly worried about it, she should try to control herself better in the future. Lancia's words had already made Isel cry. Isel realized that it would take some time for Lancia to become the aristocrat they wanted her to be. An elderly man with silver hair cut off a piece of steak for himself and shared that he had heard some interesting news today. It was the blind priest Wahidman Padilot Baskiel. In response, Gerald asked the man what the news was that he had heard. Vahidman took a sip of wine and told him that his grandson, who was attending class, had left the classroom because his nose was bleeding. Raven was greatly surprised to hear this. Wahidman explained that he had respected the education policy and had waited patiently for 2 years. He had given his own instructions for his unfortunate grandson, but it had not been enough for him, and he had been unable to last even 1 day and had run away. Whereupon Wahidman asked Gerald what he thought of the matter. The father stood up for his son and explained that Raven was still young and had seen blood for the first time. Wahidman explained to Gerald that it didn't seem like he was asking him. Wahidman thought that Raven was perfectly capable of speaking for himself, since he had a mouth. Grandpa asked his grandson if he had only left because of the nosebleed, or if there was something else. The grandfather also heard about his grandson being beaten up by a pathetic girl. Wahidman was amused that a descendant of the sideline of the Basquiel family dared to touch her direct descendant, but he couldn't turn a blind eye to the fact that his grandson had left the class. After which, he ordered that this girl be brought in. The man at the table turned to Gerald and remarked that he had done a good job. Suddenly, Gerald turned to his son and called him a miserable bastard. The boy, who had been barely holding back tears until then, finally gave vent to his emotions and began apologizing to his father. Isel thought this was strange, for as much as she thought about the novel that mentioned Archmage Velen, it seemed to be far from the romance genre. Though that was the genre she liked best, so she hardly ever read the others. Isel pondered about the Baskiel family as well as the Archmage. The girl has a rough idea of what the work is about, but there is no way she can remember the details. All the girl can think of is despair and destruction and extinction. In a world full of blood and war, Isel assumed that the world would die. The girl didn't remember the details of the plot, but at least she knew the general picture of the original work. After all, it was typical fantasy novel content, in which an evil spreading from afar destroys the world, and the people who tried to stop it become the main characters and win. But now what was written on the pages of the book has become its reality. Evil is coming, and the world is on the brink of destruction. In other words, Isel realized that she herself could die. The girl thought that, having been reborn as a noblewoman, she could enjoy life with a golden spoon in her mouth, but her family went bankrupt, and their gold turned to mud. And now it also turns out that she will die young as the world will be destroyed. Isel couldn't believe that this was possible, and assumed that she had gotten something wrong. Even though Isel had to endure hardship day in and day out due to poverty, this world seemed peaceful and serene. War, on the other hand, appeared to be with someone distant and alien. It was hard to imagine monsters raging in the capital. The girl could not believe that such a world would be destroyed. Isel ran to the old man, to which he asked her what business she was here for again. The old man assumed that the girl had come to borrow a book again, so he explained to her that this was a place where books were sold. not borrowed. The old man didn't realize how many more times he had to repeat it before she understood. But he gave in to the girl's stare and asked her to return everything before the store closed. The next day, the girl came again. She explained that, of course, it is good to have a friend who can dilute the boring everyday life, but she is not here for that. The girl just had a question. The old man inquired as to what it was. In response, the girl held out a newspaper and asked if there was only one single large newspaper publishing house in the capital. The old man hesitated and told her that there are 3 publishing houses in the capital that print morning newspapers every day. However, this is the only one that is able to print evening newspapers too. The old man asked Isel why she was asking about that. The girl ignored the older man's question and asked him to tell her if there was a newspaper that had relatively recently started printing morning news. Decided that if one searched, there might be such a publisher. In a moment, the old man wondered to himself why he was answering her questions with such seriousness. After all, an 8-year-old child can't have any idea what a morning and evening newspaper is. So he asked Isel why she was asking him such questions. Isel explained that she was just curious if there were any newspaper publishers called Knox among the newly opened ones. The old man explained to the girl that if she was interested in Knox, which had recently started up, it was that way. The elderly man wondered how the child knew about it. He assumed that her father had tried to get a job there, or she was going to go there herself to try her luck. Isel learned that this publishing house was the first to report the approaching end of the world. Despite the pressure put on the press by the nobles, motivated by their desire to hide their secrets and flee, it was Knox that continued to print the newspapers, covering the latest news. The publisher printed the paper, causing great chaos in the capital, and a rebellion broke out in the process. The girl realized that there was indeed a publishing house here called Knox, and it turns out she hadn't messed anything up. But whether the fact that there was a Knox publishing house should make her happy or sad, she didn't know. Isel decided that if she looked at the situation positively, she knew the future that was about to happen. Of course, she cannot describe in detail what will happen tomorrow, but she knows the basic events of history. The girl realized that this is essentially a good opportunity to make money, and maybe she will finally be able to escape from this poverty. However, if you look at the situation from the other side, the undeniable fact remains that the world is on the verge of destruction. Whether she likes it or not, the world is going to die, and Isla herself may die. In other words, it's as if she's been sentenced to death. And much more importantly, unlike the general content, she was completely unable to remember exactly the main characters in the story. Isel didn't understand how it was even possible to remember the name of the protagonist of a novel that had been read years ago. And even if she tried to strain her memory, she continued to be plagued by doubts. Plus, she realized that the main characters were probably still too young. Isel clenched her fist and decided that it was not the time to fill her head with such thoughts, because it was time to use the knowledge she had gained. Isel sat back and pondered how she should tell her about it. After all, children at the age of 8 can do a lot of things, and if something happens in the future, she will have to deal with it. She wondered if they would believe her if she told them. Isel realized that of course not, because even if she did say something, her parents would let it slip. Isel decided that she needed to give them some sort of clue anyway. Suddenly, her mom noticed her daughter's confusion and asked if she was okay, to which she received an affirmative answer. The mom didn't understand why, then her daughter looked so serious. The mother also decided to take part in the conversation and asked her daughter if there were any problems during class. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The adults didn't understand who it was that had brought them and what kind of guests they could have at such a time. A man came to the door and realized that it was very impolite to knock like that. Then he asked who they were. The men in cloaks asked the man if he was really the father of Isel Latanya Spencer, called Boris Spencer. The man answered in the affirmative and asked a counter question. Suddenly, the man noticed a sword under his robe and decided that there was definitely a knight standing before him. Except he didn't understand what knights were doing here at this hour. The man explained that Beorik had someone to meet tomorrow. Suddenly, Beorik noticed the Basquiel family crest, after which he inquired who had sent them. The cloaked knight explained that the man valued punctuality very much, so he asked Beorik Spencer not to be late. Beorik lost his temper and asked the cloaked men why the hell they came here and are telling him to meet someone, explaining. After all, they should be the ones to tell him who sent them and why. At that very second, the man took off his cloak and introduced himself as Baron Bramberg, and added that he was a knight of the personal guard of His Excellency, Duke Wahidman Basquiel. Beoric was very surprised to hear this, for he had not expected to see a knight of the Duke's personal guard in front of him. Baron Bramberg explained that His Excellency wished to meet with Miss Isel Latanya. Due to their daughter's young age, His Excellency asked that she be escorted. Beoric did not understand why this man suddenly needed to see his daughter. Baron Bramberg explained to Beoric that he would find out the details tomorrow when he arrived, and if he showed the letter at the entrance, someone would escort him out, so he must not be late. Upon entering the house, the consort immediately inquired of her husband what had happened and who had made him shout like that. Beoric immediately held out the letter to his wife to explain the whole situation. Isel immediately sensed the strange atmosphere. After that, the parents turned to their daughter and inquired about what had happened. Isel looked at the letter and noticed the Basquiel family crest there. Her parents began to ask her what had happened, because Duke Wahidman Basquiel had said he wanted to see her. Isel couldn't believe that Duke Basquiel had decided to intervene in a child's fight. Isel realized that she was hardly going to have a good relationship with the lad anyway, after which she decided to tell her parents everything. At this time, Raven yelled at the knights to get out of the way immediately. In response, the men tried to calm the young lord down and explained to him that he couldn't go out right now. The child complained that he had a headache. In response, the knight asked if it hurt badly and promised to bring medicine, but also said that he could not leave this room. Raven was intensely angry and asked the man if he was willing to be responsible for him going down for feeling ill. The boy promised that he would handle his own studies later. Raven still wouldn't calm down and told the knights to get out of the way, for he would go mad if he stayed in this room for another second. The maid who delivered this picture was shocked at what was happening. Gerald suddenly appeared. Raven's father turned to his son. The father was displeased that his son couldn't even do as he said for one day. The boy remembered that until the sun came up, or until his father said, "Enough," he must stay in this room. That said, the father explained to his son that he had not given his permission, and the sun was not yet on the horizon and he was already out. Raven apologized to his father and explained that he had a headache, so he was going to get some rest. His father was not happy that his son had one more excuse. He decided that he probably overestimated him too much. In response, Raven promised that he would try harder from next time. But the father was already fed up with his son's promises about next time. So he decided he didn't need to tell him how much shame and humiliation he had received because of his one word. Raven was already trembling all over and started apologizing to his father, promising that he really could handle it. Gerald decided there wouldn't be a next time. Raven begged his father that he would go back to his room right now and study hard. Suddenly, Gerald called out the name of Isel Latanya. Raven didn't understand why his father suddenly remembered this girl. Her father told him that she had now come here with her father for a meeting with the chapter. Gerald tossed his son a book and told him that since the exam was coming up, he hoped his son wouldn't disappoint him. Beoric sat in the hall and thought about the fact that his daughter would most likely be punished for hurting his precious grandson. Considering the unpleasant words he had thrown at Azel, he thought there was no need to worry about that. Beoric wondered if Wahidman Basquiel was capable of showing mercy. The man realized that the Duke might very well even expel his daughter from the class. Thinking of his daughter's peace of mind, it seemed to him that it would be better for her not to attend the class at all, but since she had expressed a desire to go there, he couldn't tell her no. So Beoric decided that he must beg the Duke's forgiveness, even if he had to get on his knees. After all, he was responsible for his daughter's actions. That was why he had been called here as well. Suddenly, the voice of his daughter brought him out of his thoughts, saying that the cookies were delicious. In the past, the Spencer family could afford all kinds of sweets, and Isel could eat them too. At this time, while eating another cookie, Isel was thinking about what she should do. After all, she was only keeping a low profile on the outside, but in her heart, she was feverishly thinking about what she should say. When adults get involved in a child's fight, that in itself is despicable, but here we are talking about Duke Basquiel himself. Isel realized that they were living in a class society, so there was nothing that could be done about it. Suddenly, a maid came into the room and said that his lordship was waiting. The man asked the girl where to go, whereupon she explained that his lordship was in the study and offered to escort them. The father took his daughter by the hand, and they made their way to their destination. The maid announced that his lordship was inside and they could enter. Isel was surprised that they could just walk inside. Biorik was surprised to see Duke Wahidman Baskiel in front of him. In response, the Duke asked those present not to make such an appearance. Then he brought them to the execution. After which, he asked them to come closer. After all, nothing terrible would happen. Isel's attention was attracted by the bags in the study. The girl assumed that it was food. Suddenly, she noticed that Duke Wahidman was looking at her. To the girl, he seemed angry. But she wasn't sure about that. Suggested that maybe it was because she was the culprit for his precious grandson's absenteeism. Isel and didn't understand what the Duke was talking about at all. Suddenly, the man turned to the girl and asked her if she wasn't afraid of him. Isel admitted without a shadow of embarrassment that she was afraid. The girl wondered if there was even a person in the world who was not afraid of someone who could get rid of him in an instant. Duke looked at the child and realized that in her eyes there was not a drop of fear. And if you think about it, children and adults freeze when they see it. For example, take the girl's father. Unlike his daughter, he is full of anxiety and worry. The Duke noticed that despite the fear, the child does not cry or try to run away. Isel asked the Duke if he would let them go home if she cried. Duke Wahidman was amused that the girl was very defiant. After all, no matter how frivolous his grandson was, it did not negate the fact that he had been beaten. So it was curious to know about this child. He then asked Isel if she knew the origin of the surname Spencer, to which he received a negative answer. The Duke explained that many people believe that the Spencers are a sideline of theirs. The surname was formed when a member of the Baskiel family ran away and had a child out of wedlock. In other words, they are so far apart that it is difficult to even remember a common ancestor. Isel assumed that he was the mother-in-law's fourth cousin. The Duke was aware that the girl had harmed his grandson, who is a direct descendant of the Baskiel family. Wahidman then asked Isel what she thought about the matter. The Duke asked the child if he should be harsh with her parents towards her. Isel's father entered the conversation and asked the Duke that if he wanted to punish someone, let him punish them. But the Duke asked the man to be quiet, for he is not even the culprit of what happened, yet for some reason he wants to be punished. The Duke explained that no matter how young a girl is, she should learn to take responsibility for her actions. The father tried to explain that his daughter was very young, but the Duke insisted that it didn't mean she could get away with anything. He then asked the girl's father what punishment would be appropriate. Isel at this time was thinking about the fact that the grandfather had actually stepped in for his grandson because of the nosebleed. The powerful man who was said to be the best in the empire turned out to be petty. Isel asked the Duke if she was bound to get punished. In response, the Duke asked her if there was a reason why she could not receive it. The girl replied that of course there was, but she didn't think the Duke would find it acceptable. Wahidman, looking at the girl, thought of the fact that he had lived quite a long time and had seen many things, but this was the first time he had ever seen a child who would not take her eyes off him. The Duke turned to the girl and informed her that she would be punished if she did not speak. Wahidman explained that from what he had heard, his grandson had not behaved well either. The Duke also has no leniency or patience, and the girl doesn't want to give a reason why she can't be punished. Therefore, the Duke decided that she would receive the same punishment as his grandson Raven, after which he ordered her to write a letter of remorse. The Duke decided that 2 sheets would be enough, and also she would have to bring it with her next time. The father was utterly shocked when he heard that the punishment consisted of nothing more than a letter of remorse. He thought that was enough for a child of 8 years old. He then asked the girl's father if he thought he would order her leg to be cut off. The Duke decided to ask the child again if she was afraid of him, to which the girl replied that she was not afraid at all. The Duke realized that it was hard to find someone who wasn't afraid of something like that. Still, she must be strong enough to touch someone in the Baskiel family. Wahidman just wanted to know how important the child who bled his grandson in the first class was. That's all. Isel didn't understand at all why this seemed familiar to her. Suddenly, the girl remembered that the man had died in an accident before the original story began. Isel looked at the bags and ran over to look at what was in them. She then turned to the Duke and inquired if she could ask one question. The father immediately reacted and asked his daughter not to behave like that and started apologizing to the Duke. Wahidman, without any thought, allowed the child to ask the question she wanted. Isel took one of the flasks in her hands and inquired if it really contained gunpowder. The Duke gave an affirmative answer and asked the girl how she knew about gunpowder. Isel explained that she had read in a book, and besides, there was a strong odor. The Duke was a little surprised to hear about the odor, because these vials are closed deliberately and there can be no odor. Isel admitted that she could smell a strong odor of sugar. That's why she asked. Wahidman took one of the vials and began to smell it. The girl did not understand why she could smell the sweet odor if there was gunpowder inside. The father was already begging his daughter to stop behaving like this and come home soon. Isel remembered that Wahidman Paddleton Baskiel is a character who dies before the original story even begins. The reason for his death was that he was at the epicenter of an explosion. Gunpowder was imported to expand the Baskiel family's war effort, but to save money, large quantities of cheap sugar were used instead of expensive salt vinegar or sulfur. Consequently, the storage stability of the gunpowder fell, leading to a sudden explosion and the Duke's death. Wahidman's death led to internal strife within the Baskiel family, which was one of the factors that made the Empire unprepared for war. Isel hoped that the Duke had figured out what was going on, and figured he would have figured it out for himself by now, unless, of course, he ignored the words spoken by the child. The next day, Isel met with Lancia. The golden-eyed, blue-eyed girl asked her friend if there were any problems. Suddenly, Lancia noticed that she was speaking in dialect again, which made her instantly embarrassed. Isel assured her friend that when she was with her, she could speak the dialect safely. Lancia asked Isel how her meeting with Duke Baskiel had gone. In response, Isel asked her girlfriend how she knew about it. Lancia revealed that she had told her father, and he in turn had informed the Duke. Lancia also added that her dad was very close to the Duke, but if the Duke were to call on Isel, her dad asked her to let him know right away. Isel realized at that very second why she only got off with a 2-sheet letter of contrition. Isel looked at Lancia and realized that she was better than she thought. After all, they'd only met once, but hearing about her problems had made Lancia take such a risk. Isel said that thanks to Lancia, the Duke was not too angry, and then thanked her friend. Lancia exhaled a sigh of relief as she was really worried that she had done something stupid again. Isel realized that her girlfriend was the kind of person who worried a lot about others. Isel suddenly remembered that today was exam day. The girl wondered how many years later she would remember anything. It reminded her of the time when she had worked hard to get into university and get a scholarship. Isel realized that the book they were given was not easy, because it was a memoir and there were a lot of unfamiliar words, but it was not so difficult that it could not be read in a week. The professor entered the room and turned to his students to inform them that they could start preparing for the exam. He then placed a question form on the table for each student. Isel glanced at the sheet and realized that the task was a breeze. The girl wondered, being an 8-year-old, if she was beating herself up too much about studying. Besides, Isel thought, most people wouldn't be able to read such a voluminous work. Literally, in a matter of minutes, Isel was able to solve the entire test. Suddenly, the professor walked over to the girl and looked at her question form. Isel assumed he was watching her. The professor then announced to the whole class that if everyone had decided, they could be free to go, because there was a man waiting for them outside the door, and so they should follow him. Isel was surprised that the professor told her to go out, but she also realized that if she went now, all eyes would be on her. The girl realized that it was very difficult to lead a quiet life. Isel walked out of the study. She was immediately met by a maid who asked her to follow her. Isel did not understand where she would go out of the blue with a stranger. After a while, the maid led Isel to Duke Wahidman. Isel did not expect to see him here at all. After that, the Duke turned to the butler and told him to blow. Literally a second later, a very loud explosion was heard. Isel was greatly frightened and did not realize what it was just now. The girl looked around and saw that behind her back so and raging blue haze, but at the same time to spread them prevented by a transparent wall. Suddenly, the Duke turned to the girl and asked her if she was really frightened. Isel did not understand at all how the Duke could smile now, for she thought her heart was about to stop. Duke noticed that no matter how stressed out the girl was, she was still scared. Isel realized that Duke had set off the bomb to test how stress-resistant she was. The girl admitted that she was a little scared, after which she asked the man if he planned to do something similar in the future. Duke mentally noted to himself that Isel was a very interesting person, but be that as it may, she was still a child. He then turned to the girl and asked her if she had ever seen combustibles explode, to which he received a negative answer. Duke asked the child what the explosion that had just occurred had been like, and whether it had seemed violent. The man explained that the last time the girl had said she was bothered by a sweet smell, so they had tested it, and it turned out that cheap sugar was the cause. The Duke was angry because they dared to cheat him and put cheap gunpowder to lower the price. He found out that this gunpowder caused several accidents in which people were hurt. The Duke asked Isel how she had managed to find out about it. The girl explained that she wasn't sure, she just noticed that it smelled sweet. But the Duke clarified that he asked how she knew that it was strange for him to have a sweet smell. This question surprised the girl slightly. The Duke understood that there was no way children would have guessed that it was strange for him to have such a scent. However, she talked about it as if having a sweet odor was a problem. The man then asked the child once more how she knew about it. Isel hesitated, not knowing what to say. The girl looked at the expression on the man's face and realized that absurd excuses wouldn't work. But she also didn't think he would believe her if she told him everything honestly. So the girl decided to answer that she didn't know. She also added that she had once read a book that said the main ingredient of gunpowder was salt, vinegar, and sulfur. But sulfur and salt didn't have a sweet smell, so she concluded that it was strange. Mentally, Isel prayed that the Duke would take her at her word. The man, on the contrary, laughed and said that even those who had been in the business for decades hadn't noticed, and an 8-year-old child had just read the book and immediately realized that there was something wrong. The man decided it was worth living a long life for. Isel was already pouring cold sweat and worried that the Duke realized that he had been deceived. After all, even she couldn't believe that was a decent explanation. The man decided to change the subject and asked the child if she did well on the exam. Isel replied that she did fine. Duke Wahidman patted the girl on the head and admitted that he didn't like to talk. He liked to prove things by doing. He also remembered that last time she had been punished for hurting the Basquiel family. And since she had helped him this time, it would be wrong to leave her without her long-awaited reward. The Duke told her that he still had a secretary position left, so her father would serve under him, for he was quite good at business, and if he was trained a little, they could use him. Isel was completely shocked when she heard this. The Duke said that just by looking at the child, you can see what her parents are like. Therefore, her father's appointment as secretary is a credit to her. The man handed the girl a flyer and informed her that he was also inviting them and her family to his birthday banquet next week. Wahidman explained that it was purely his wish, so it was imperative that they attend. Isel was in disheveled feelings and didn't realize if everything had really gone well. At this time, Gerald scolded his son and was very disappointed in him because he couldn't even pass the first exam. The father turned to his son Raven and wondered if he meant to say that he was not capable of anything. The boy, trembling with fear, began to deny that he was not. Gerald explained to his son that he had received an education from an early age that others could not dream of. Even so, he could not keep up with a girl from a lowly family of bankrupt aristocrats. Gerald asked Raven if he still had any excuses left, after which he pulled out a sword and told the butler to break it. Raven, seeing this, begged for the sword not to be broken and wouldn't stop admitting that he was wrong. Gerald decided that his son should pay for disappointing him. The boy wouldn't stop apologizing to his father and telling him he was wrong. It was better for Raven to be beaten or locked in a room than to have his sword broken. Lancia couldn't be happy that she was living through her first visit to the banquet with her friend. The girl knew that she should open her mouth, and a dialogue would immediately burst out, so she always kept silent so as not to be like an aristocrat. As a result, all she had to do was huddle in the corner, and when her parents said it was over, she just followed them. But right now, Lancia considered it a real stroke of luck that she could now be here with her friend Isel. Lancia also noted that Isel looked beautiful today, just like a real fairy. It seemed to Lancia that fairies who lived in the forest must look just like her friend Isel. The girl was embarrassed by such compliments and asked Lancia to stop, as this role, in her opinion, was much more suitable for her. But Lancia, she stood on the fact that nothing of the sort. She has the most ordinary shade of hair, and eye color too, as well as a strange manner of speech. Aizel understood that there was some truth here, since 80% of the Empire's population is blonde, so Lancia's hair color is not very noticeable. But Aizel has lived all her life among people with thick black hair, so her shining locks look incredibly beautiful. Aizel encouraged her friend by telling her that she too was very beautiful and did not look mediocre at all, for she was much more dazzling than other people, and the fairies looked exactly like her. Lancia got tears in her eyes from such compliments. Afterward, she told Aizel that she adored her. Suddenly, a blonde-haired man approached the girls. Afterward, Aizel introduced herself by her name. The blonde-haired man with blue eyes apologized for imposing Aizel's care on Lancia from the first time they met. He also said that it was his first time coming to the capital, so he didn't have time to keep an eye on her. These men were Count Zakel Ermund. Aizel asked the Count not to worry and assured him that everything was fine, as she was very happy to be together with Lancia. The Earl thanked the girl for such words and also told her that he had heard that she was not together with her parents. Since Duke Wahidman's invitation was for the entire Spencer family, Aizel could have come along with her parents, but because Lily, who was already not feeling well lately, had come down with a fever, her husband Beoric had to skip the reception, remaining to care for the sick. The Count was worried about the small child who was alone in such a huge banquet hall. Despite Aizel laughing, he was sure that her parents were extremely anxious. So he asked the girl to contact him if she needed anything, and even allowed her to consider him as her guardian during this banquet. Aizel thanked his lordship in return. The Earl allowed the girl to call him simply Edmund, after which he kissed his daughter on the cheek and informed her that he would be going. Lancia and Aizel discussed that the prince was coming today. It was also known that he was going out for the first time, so the attention was on his visit. Lancia asked Aizel if she was curious to see him too, but the girl replied that she wasn't the least bit. Aizel didn't understand how anyone could ever be interested in a stranger whose face you had never even seen. The girl decided that maybe if she had power, things would be different. But right now, she had no reason to see the prince. Aizel asked her friend Lancia if she too dreamed of marrying a prince. Goldilocks admitted that she did, because he was very handsome. Aizel asked Lancia why she thought so, because maybe now a fat and ugly boy would appear in front of them. But Lancia did not believe that could be. After all, in fairy tales, all princes are very handsome, and he will definitely be the same. Aizel noticed that her friend was a real optimist, but then she realized that the mindset of the average 8-year-old must be just that. Lancia looked at her friend and wondered why she was looking at her like that. Aizel explained that she was just curious if when she was her age, they would realize that there was no such thing as a prince on a white horse. Lancia didn't quite understand what Aizel meant, since she were the same age. Suddenly there was a commotion at the banquet, and no one realized what had happened. Those around them noticed that Raven of recent times was just standing in the corner. There were rumors that Raven, Duke Wahidman's grandson, was the White Crow, a young lord who, despite being from a scholarly family, was itching to become a knight. Because he couldn't get into the academy, even though he had the halo of Duke Basquiel shining behind him, he had to accept that wherever he went, he would always be labeled as the White Crow of the Basquiel family. The people around him didn't understand what the problem was, and decided that he seemed to have been told off by Sir Gerald again. Raven lost his sword. Every day he was locked in his room for 10 hours, so that he could not be distracted by anything while studying. Eating and even sleeping was only allowed with his father's permission. Raven, standing in the corner, was very angry, for all of this had happened to him because of that girl. He felt that if it wasn't for her, he wouldn't have had to endure such treatment. The boy didn't understand why he was constantly being compared to her, and what was so wonderful about her. Raven was determined that when they met again, he would definitely get back at her. Aizel paid attention to him and didn't understand what the hell he was doing there. Besides, her friend Lancia had gone to get some goodies. The girl noticed that people from the Basquiel family were going back and forth to greet guests and make new acquaintances, and the young gentleman stands with a sullen mien in the corner. Aizel has heard it said that the position one occupies makes the person. However, the sight of a man who occupies a prominent position but does nothing looks somewhat flawed. Isel noticed that Raven had started fighting with another child and realized that even here, he wasn't changing his character. She even felt sorry for the child. Suddenly, the girl noticed that Raven had a knife in his hands. She immediately rushed towards him to prevent some tragedy. Isel realized that even though he was still too young, these things were not to be trifled with. Isel rushed in and saw the children. Raven was about to attack the boy with a knife, but Isel stopped him. Gerald turned to Prince Ishmael and noticed that he seemed to be meeting him for the first time outside the castle. Gerald figured it was the first time since they had met last year at His Majesty's birthday banquet. The man regretted not being able to meet him sooner. In response, Ishmael assured the man that everything was fine. The people around him debated amongst themselves whether to do so, because even though he was of imperial blood, he was still only the fifth. Moreover, he was the kind of person who was not destined to become an emperor. The rest of the aristocrats decided that the Bastille family would not have to bow their heads to a mere fifth prince. Besides, his position had been very precarious lately. But Gerald realized that the choice of Wahidman's successor was not far off. Besides, Raven's appearance is enough for him to be forgotten. In this case, he is forced to keep in touch with the Imperial family. Gerald couldn't believe his eyes when he saw that the fifth prince had matured so quickly in a year. The man decided that His Majesty the Emperor must be very proud. Ishmael thanked Gerald and said that he was glad to hear that from a young nobleman, but he didn't have to be so polite to him. Gerald explained that it was only natural for a servant favored by the Imperial family to be courteous. Besides, the elder brother, Prince Gladiol, and the concubine are the great pillars supporting the empire. Naturally, he should bow his head. The butler standing nearby realized that Gerald was ultimately referring to the concubine and first Prince Gladiol supporting the fifth prince. Ishmael decided enough talk about him and decided to ask Gerald how his son Raven was doing. After all, he had heard that he had failed at the academy this time, unfortunately, and hoped that he would have better luck next time. Gerald explained that he had no intention of supporting his son, for he had said he wanted to study again and join the family activities. Ishmael insisted that there was still time, and why then, father? Would you not give your son another chance? Suddenly, Ishmael came to his senses and apologized for saying those things, because he shouldn't have. Ishmael asked him to forgive him for this small oversight in view of his age. Gerald assured the boy that it was okay. Only Gerald started to speak as suddenly a butler entered the conversation, thus interrupting their conversation. Holder was not happy about this behavior. Suddenly, the butler informed His Highness that there was a problem. Gerald ran around the hall looking for his son and didn't understand how he even dared to obey him. Ishmael was also rushing from behind all his legs, praying that nothing would happen. The boy burst in on his brother crying. Ishmael also noticed some girl standing next to him. The boy didn't understand why she looked calm even in this situation. Isel explained that it wouldn't work that way and asked her to stop now. Raven had already lost his temper. After all, because of this girl, he had to be locked up for 10 hours every day. He had also lost the sword he valued like his life. Isel didn't understand at all why he kept asking if she knew if the blame was on him. Isel explained that she had done nothing of the sort. She didn't force him to learn, and she never threw away the sword. But Raven didn't want to listen, so he ordered the girl to shut up. Raven was sure this was her fault. The boy insisted that he had been pushed first, and he was just walking. From what Isel saw, Raven had lost his temper. But the boy began to deny the words, for they were false. Isel realized that it was complete nonsense, and didn't know how to act at all. Suddenly, the boy demanded of the girl that she should give it to him, and if she did, he would let them go. In response, Isel inquired what would happen if she didn't give it back. Raven threatened that he would then leave a scar on her face like the one on her arm. Isel realized that the boy had gone completely insane, and this situation was getting more and more dangerous. So she decided to refuse his terms. Raven didn't realize who she was that she kept interfering with him. Isel realized that she certainly didn't know the boy she stood up for. The girl assumed she should just leave, but she still had a bad feeling. Isel turned around and saw the boy was sobbing profusely, but she didn't understand why, because it was her that was hurting. Raven knew there was nothing tying them together, so he told the girl to get out of the way. Isel decided there was nothing she could do, so she confessed that this boy was her boyfriend. Everyone present was shocked at what they heard, including Isel's so-called boyfriend. Isel coughed and asked Raven to stop this tantrum. If he kept this up, he was going to be in trouble. Raven didn't want to calm down at all and told the girl to shut up and don't dare tell him what to do. After all, if she dared to say one more word in an orderly tone, he would slaughter the guy behind her back as well. The boy behind her was already crying and shaking with fear. Isel didn't understand at all what to do anymore. Suddenly, she noticed that the boy behind her had peed his pants. The girl reminded herself that he was a small child, so there was nothing wrong with that. Raven told the boy to shut up, because if he sobbed, he would finish him off. Isel looked at the situation from the side. She realized that the madhouse was both in front and behind. She didn't understand why the hell she had even interfered in the first place. Still, the girl noticed that those people had passed, so she hoped that everything would be all right now. Isel, even though I didn't know who he was, I figured since it was an adult worth calling, things should get better. Isel once again asked Raven to stop acting like this, because at this rate, he would be the only one at a disadvantage. Raven completely lost control and started yelling at the girl not to order him to do anything. Then he moved closer and wanted to grab her. Isel tensed up at that moment and got scared. Because of this, Isel drew back and pushed the boy over the railing directly into the river. The girl tried to somehow team up and catch him, but ended up diving right behind him. But thanks to the butler, however, they were able to be pulled out of the water. Isel lay there thinking that she was only invited to the banquet, but ended up with a cut hand and fell into the water. The girl became convinced that she had gotten involved for nothing. Suddenly, Isel felt worse, and she almost fainted, but the man's hands managed to pick her up in time. The girl was going dizzy. Isel assumed it was because she had fallen into the water with her wounded arm. Isel was losing consciousness, but suddenly the voice of the boy she had saved reached her. He asked her not to die. Isel mentally didn't understand who even said she was going to die. After all, she wasn't going to leave this world yet. At this time, Isel's father arrived at the banquet. At that very second, he met Gerald's gaze. The butler standing in the room warned that if they acted like this, they would find themselves in a predicament. The father, wasting no time, decided to approach his daughter and noticed that her cheeks were cold and her face was pale and her clothes were stained with blood. The man was shocked that they didn't even bother to stop the bleeding properly. Beoric was angry. After all, she was still a child, and he didn't understand how he could even send her to the banquet alone. The man was brought out of his exercise by Gerald's voice, saying that the girl wasn't badly hurt, so there was no need to worry. But Beoric was shocked, for after seeing his daughter in such a state, Gerald still dares to tell him that he should not worry. Beoric turned to Gerald and asked if his son had returned in such a state, and he had been told that he was not badly hurt. Would he have stood there and clapped his hands joyfully? Beoric explained that wounds that looked trifling in other people's eyes seemed deeper in his eyes than the most serious wounds in the world, because they were inflicted on his child. Moreover, they are wounds on the body of his daughter, whom he raised, nurtured with special care. Even though Beoric's business went bankrupt and he threw away his aristocratic pride, he still tried with all his might to keep his daughter Isel safe from such a dangerous environment. And after he had received the news that his much-loved daughter, having gone to a banquet, had been injured and fallen into a pond, Gerald dares to tell him that he need not worry. Whereupon the man turned to Gerald and inquired where his son was now. Gerald thought at that second that even if he had done something wrong, there was clearly a wall between him and Beoric. The man didn't understand how a grandson of a duke and a side-branch relative could be equal. Moreover, the man believed that the incident happened to someone that no one knew since she came from a bankrupt family. So even if his son Raven had injured her more seriously, Beoric, with his lowly position, could not do anything to him in such a situation. So Gerald admitted that he gave his son a good telling off, so offered to forget about the incident. But Beoric insisted that he should personally hear what happened from his mouth. In response, Gerald asked Beoric to stop. Beoric realized that Gerald was thinking that there was nothing he could do about the situation, but circumstances are different. Gerald took these words as if Beoric thought he was his equal. At that second, Beoric stepped closer to Gerald and grabbed him by the collar. The man was very angry and asked Gerald what the difference between them was. Gerald realized that Beoric was pretty damn strong. The blonde-haired man explained that his daughter wasn't even able to change her blindfold, and he continued to ruminate on the subject of inequality. Gerald told Beoric to let him go now, But Beorik did not listen to him and explained that if children do not repent of their sins, the duty of a parent is to try to hide them as soon as possible. Gerald did not understand who this former aristocrat was trying to besmirch, whereupon Gerald ordered the guards to seize Beorik now. The men approached Beorik from both sides, explained that if he continued like this, he would create difficulties for himself. Beorik did not calm down and told them to bring his son Gerald Raven, for he must hear what had happened in person and have him apologize. Gerald turned to Beorik and asked if he was saying that he wanted an apology after what he had just done to him. Beorik explained that compared to what his son had done to his concubine, and it was appropriate. Gerald warned Beorik not to try to say it now, there was no point, after which he ordered the guards to take Beorik away. Gerald told the guards to arrest him, for he dared to grab Gerald by the collar and threatened him. But a voice behind him said that he thought he might as well drag Gerald out of town, for in front of him was the father of the child who had stabbed his daughter. Gerald turned around that very second and saw the father in front of him. Gerald asked the Duke what had brought him here. The Duke turned to his son and warned that they would talk to him about it later. Gerald explained to his father that he was very busy and therefore did not think he should waste his time on petty squabbles, because he would deal with it himself. But the father did not listen to his son, and at that very second apologized to Beorik Spencer. Gerald did not expect such a turn of events at all. The Duke explained that children are not to blame for the fact that parents did not bring them up properly. He then asked Beorik to accept his sincere apology for this. Gerald turned to his father and asked what he meant, for he didn't understand what was so important about this aristocrat. At that second, Ismail intervened and explained that this girl was not just a fallen aristocrat, and she did not deserve such humiliating words. That very second, the Knights of Byron burst into the room. Gerald realized that these knights were known for the fact that each of them could single-handedly fight 5 warriors. The man did not understand why the Knights of Archduke Byron were following this boy. Suddenly it dawned on the man that his son Raven had touched the very member of their family. Carl reiterated once more that it was not the girl, but his benefactor. He also threatened Gerald that if he insulted his benefactor one more time, he would rip out his tongue. The man was shocked at what he had just heard. The boy warned that he was now more serious than ever. Ishmael, who was standing behind him, decided that he shouldn't have brought his brother here. The boy assumed that the girl had developed a fever after the attack in the water. Ishmael, who was watching the whole scene, realized that even if you were the legitimate son of Archduke Byron, it was dangerous to insult young Basquiel in the presence of the Duke himself. After all, if the Duke gets angry, that's when the real trouble begins. Gerald explained that they must still be confused about what had happened, and advised them to be careful with such statements. In response, the boy inquired as to why. The man explained that members of an aristocratic family must be polite and courteous, for it was an elementary rule of behavior, even though the boy was still young. The child explained that aristocrats do not change, and he was just following the rules of etiquette. The child realized that he had once again witnessed the narcissism of the Basquiel family. After all, dignity and etiquette, which hide threats towards the Archduke's family and careless use of derogatory words towards the girl who saved him, is the standard of behavior in this country. The boy turned to his brother Ishmael and asked if he thought the same. Ishmael, though not sure, confirmed his brother's words. Ishmael, who was watching his brother, did not understand why he spoke so well, for he had a fever. Usually he couldn't even speak a sentence because he was shy. The child turned to Gerald and wished him to stick to his principles in the future. The Duke entered the conversation and ordered the butler to bring Gerald's son. After a while, the boy came accompanied by knights. Duke Wahidman turned to his son and explained that he was not a 2-year-old child who could not give an account of his actions, and then asked him to come here. He then told him to apologize briskly. The child listened to his grandfather and approached Beorik Spencer to apologize. Only the boy wanted to explain the situation, as his grandfather explained to him that he did not tell him to make excuses. The Duke explained that the Basquiel family would take responsibility for what had happened today, so he asked Beorik to accept their apology. Beorik countered by agreeing to do so. The Duke assured the girl's father that he shouldn't worry, as Isel would receive decent treatment and there wouldn't be the slightest scar. He also thought about the fact that he had raised a man and he had turned out to be a beast. Gerald realized that these words were addressed to him. The Duke couldn't believe that just now someone worse than an unscrupulous street thug was his son. Gerald turned to his father and wondered what he meant, for he was in no way guilty now. But the father did not want to hear his son at all, whereupon he told him to shut his mouth. The Duke informed Gerald that he was stripping him of all his powers for the time being. He then told him to return to his room and not to dare leave it without his knowledge. Gerald wanted to obey, but the Duke told him to obey the order now. In the end, Gerald had no choice but to agree and head to his room. After Gerald left, the Duke offered Beoric a cup of tea, but the man declined. Meanwhile, the boy was looking at Isel and said that she was like a prince on a white horse. Ishmael, who was watching his brother, thought about the fact that the prince was actually supposed to be him. Suddenly, his brother turned to Ishmael and remembered that the girl had called him her boyfriend earlier and then asked what that meant. Ishmael thought about the fact that his brother had stopped sobbing because he didn't understand the meaning of the phrase. Ishmael thought about the fact that the strict education of the Byron family forbade raising any questions about intersex relationships, after which he explained to his brother that literally it meant lover. The silver-haired boy stammered, for this was the first time he had ever had a lover. Ishmael, who heard this, was completely shocked. Afterward, he turned to his brother Carl and told him what he thought of what the girl had said then. But Carl didn't listen to him at all, because he was looking at the girl with pleasure and decided that in the future, they should get married. Ishmael didn't understand what kind of grandfather's ideology was that two people should definitely get married since they had started dating. Carl looked at his lover as his friend collapsed without strength on top of her. Ishmael immediately began to wake his brother to come to his senses. At this time, Raven was left alone with his father. The man told his son that he had never regretted bringing him into the world so much. The boy had not expected to hear that at all, and those words hurt him deeply. Gerald turned to his son and told him that he was pathetic and stupid. And not only could he not take care of himself, but he was also sticking his father in the wheels. Gerald felt genuinely sorry for Raven being his child. Gerald decided that it was useless to talk to this child and decided that he needed to go back and deal with the matter right away. As a result, Raven was left alone. After a while, Isel came to her senses and didn't realize where she was. The girl remembered that she had definitely passed out after falling into the water. Suddenly, she noticed that there was a child lying next to her, whom she had just stood up for. Isel didn't understand why he was sleeping here. After all, there are other rooms in which it is perfectly possible to be carried away. The girl decided that she would be sure to question him as soon as he woke up. Isel assumed that we must have gotten caught, so she decided to leave him alone. After all, he is still a child. The girl had just put on her slippers and was about to leave the room when suddenly the boy turned to her and asked if he was awake yet. Ishmael asked his brother's savior how she was feeling. Isel didn't understand why he was suddenly speaking informally. Be that as it may, the girl was feeling simply disgusting. Ishmael walked closer to the girl and inquired if her name was really Isel Lithania. The girl confirmed Ishmael's words and asked him who he was. Isel thought about the fact that she thought she had seen him before she fell. Suddenly, the children turned around at some rustle and noticed that Ishmael's brother had wrapped himself in a blanket like a cocoon. Carl was very embarrassed, so he didn't want to come out. Isel immediately began to ask Carl if he was all right. The girl saw that the child's face was red and assumed that he had a fever, after which she touched her palm to his forehead. Carl admitted that he had a slight cold. Isel realized that this could happen after a sudden fall into the water, after which she asked the child to walk a little longer and rest. Carl was already beyond embarrassed when suddenly Ishmael prompted him that he should introduce himself first. Carl thanked the girl for saving him today and introduced himself by his own name, even though he was terribly embarrassed. The girl responded by introducing herself as Isel. Isel looked over at Carl and didn't understand what good had happened to make him blossom so much. Afterward, the boy asked his savior how old she was. Isel confessed that she was 8 years old. At that very second, Carla started doing calculations in his mind. Isel didn't quite understand what Carla was going to do, when suddenly the boy said that in about 12 years they would be able to do it. In response, the girl asked what they would have to do in 12 years. Carl, despite his embarrassment, admitted that in 12 years they would have to get married. Isel was utterly shocked at what she heard, but Ishmael, who was watching from the sidelines, could hardly contain a burst of laughter. But still he couldn't help it, and the room filled with laughter. Isel suggested that it must be hard to take her words seriously, but she forgot for a moment that she was still small. Eventually, Ishmael diffused the situation and asked Carl to cheer up. Suddenly, the girl looked into Carl's eyes and noticed that they gave off a golden hue. Until now, Isel had never once in his life met people with golden eye color. The girl was sure she hadn't, but for some reason those eyes seemed painfully familiar to her. Isel's musing was interrupted by Ishmael's voice, saying that time was running out and it was time to leave. Carl apologized once again to the girl for probably misunderstanding things. Isel asked Carl not to apologize, because she herself created such a misunderstanding. Besides, the girl realized that if Carl continued to change in front of her, she would feel uncomfortable. But before the girl left their home, Carl asked if she had any business in the Duchy of Byron, then let her make sure to find him, and then she would be given a royal welcome. Also, if she needed any help, she could go to him at any time. Since we have his life, he will definitely help her even if he has to give his life for it. Isel assured the boy that such extreme measures were not necessary. Suddenly, Isel came to her senses and asked Carl why he had said Byron's last name. Carl then explained that he was a member of the Byron family. Isel realized that somewhere she had heard this surname before. Suddenly, the girl remembered the Byron family name and the gold eyes and ash-colored hair. Isel realized that the most important character was standing in front of her. A character who survives the destroyed world, kills the demon king, and becomes the emperor of the next generation. The wind was rubbing his ash-colored hair, which harmonized perfectly with the sight of the defeated city. Even as his sword slashed through the air, slashing at the hiding monsters, his gaze was as sharp as a beast's and chillingly cold. Isel remembered the description given in the novel. The girl could not believe that this weak and shy boy was really the main character. Isel realized that from the name and surname to the appearance coincided everything. But the girl could not believe that the existence of the world rested on these small shoulders. Isel didn't understand what the hell had to happen in the next 10 years for it to change so much. The professor said, stacked the worksheets in a neat stack, and announced that he would report the result of the exam next week, before turning to the students and informing them that they were all free to go now. Isel turned to her friend Lancia to go home together as she noticed the girl was in a very depressed state. Lancia was upset because she thought she had screwed up. Isel realized that it didn't seem to be a dialect, but a cry of the soul. The girl looked at her friend's test and realized that she had failed it. Lancia didn't know at all what to do now. In response, Isel gave her advice to accept it. Isel didn't understand at all what words of comfort should be said to a small child. After all, she was an orphan in her previous life, and she had no choice but to study hard. Therefore, for her to fail the exam was something out of the realm of fantasy. Isel gathered her thoughts and decided to assure her friend Lancia that everything would be all right. After all, happiness wasn't about grades. Isel also clarified that it didn't mean that she should be happy just because her grades were low, because it was much nicer to receive praise. Suddenly, someone called out to Isel. The girl decided to turn around to see who needed her. It was the professor. The girl realized it was time. Isel then turned to her friend Lancia to notify her that it was time for her to leave. Suddenly, Isel inquired if her friend wanted to go along with her. Isel decided that it was okay to go once, since the string of exams was over, and they could go together and play. If anyone else had heard, they would have said it was completely absurd, but Duke Wahidman accepted the terms offered by Biorik as an apology for the previous incident with Raven. In fact, Duke Wahidman was within his rights to refuse, but in an attempt to make amends and feeling interested in Isel, he gave his consent. Because of this, Isel's name was often flashed everywhere. Lancia and Isel discussed the fact that the boy had not been seen at all lately. Lancia said that he had shown up in class a couple times after the banquet, and now he had dropped out of class altogether. Goldilocks worried that something had happened to him, but Isel didn't have any detailed information about him. Isel noticed his absence as well, but ignored it. That's because she doesn't really want to worry about someone like him. After all, the fact that Raven had threatened a member of the Byron family had leaked outside the walls of the ducal residence. Those who witnessed the incident that day were ordered to remain silent, and as a result, No one discussed the incident amongst themselves. Isel, on the other hand, did not ask any questions, and Duke Wahidman, accordingly, never once brought up the topic first. Nevertheless, the girl did not understand how such an incident could go down without the slightest fuss. After all, beyond any doubt, it was all because the Byron family was involved. Even Basquiel had a hard time getting away with attempting to assassinate Prince Byron, who is a member of the Imperial Family. Therefore, it doesn't matter who you are or what your status is. Isel realized that she wasn't comfortable with this. Duke Wahidman noticed that the girl came with her friend today. Lancia hurriedly introduced herself with her name. The Duke was well aware of the Ermund family. After all, his great-grandfather's younger brother had gone to the other side of the country and built the family business there, and he was now a good business partner of the Ermund family. The Duke stroked the girl's head, inquired if Count Zakal Ermund was doing well, after which the girl told him that her father was perfectly fine. The Duke was glad to hear this, for Count Ermund is an honest nobleman with a fine character, and he hoped that he would be all right. At this time, Isel was reading a leaflet on which was written a task from Wahidman. Suddenly, the girl looked at the Duke's desk and noticed that there was a letter lying there about a festival that takes place every year. The girl wondered if this was an official document. The Duke placed a plate of cookies in front of the girls and asked them to dig in. Afterward, he asked the children how today's test went. Isel noticed that the Duke also liked to ask things she didn't want to talk about. She then held out a flyer with her results on it. The Duke took a close look and realized that now she was expected to have an exam, not lessons. The girl didn't understand at all where the exam was coming from. Suddenly, a boy with blue eyes and the same color hair entered the room. The girls immediately became fascinated by such an unusual appearance. The boy introduced himself with the name Elias Yulgert Vezyanitzel, after which he informed them that they could call him Las. Isel realized that she had heard this name somewhere before, and then the girl remembered that this was the name of the main heroine in the book. The main heroine was in love with the main character, as well as many other characters. She was the only one in the universe of the novels who had a harem. The main heroine was very intelligent, had a good memory, and plus she was good at shooting. Her bow skills were based on spiritual strength, and Elias never needed help from men. Isel felt like she had some other important skill, but she couldn't remember what it was. There was no way the girl could remember. It played a key role, though. Isel also remembered that she hated the character. Elias Yulgert ended up dying at an early age due to being in alliance with her enemies. She didn't do it because she wanted to, but because her younger brother was taken hostage. Therefore, she had no choice but to give out important information to the enemies. She never got over the guilt and committed suicide. Isel thought about it, and she wondered who would love the main character who died in the end. The girl didn't understand why the main character was now presented as a boy and not a girl. Isel assumed that the heroine's younger brother, who just goes by her name, was standing in front of her. That said, the girl realized that there must be a 10-year difference between them then. Elias didn't understand at all why one of the girls kept glaring at him, so he decided to ask her about it directly. Isel apologized to Elias and explained that it was just that he was very handsome. This made the girl realize that it couldn't be the main character's younger brother. Lancia looked mesmerized at the boy, and he was indeed insanely handsome. Elias thanked the girl for the compliment, but it wasn't the most appropriate for men. Isel didn't understand at all what the big deal was if she called a man handsome. The girl assumed that Elias had reacted so harshly on purpose so that no one would guess. Elias offered to sit down first, and said that he had heard from the Duke that Isel had been able to prevent the accident. Isel explained that to be accurate, she would have helped completely by accident. But Elias believed that there were no accidents in this world and asked the girl not to cover herself with luck. Isel looked towards the Duke with a look that demanded an explanation. The girl didn't understand at all what this way of learning was. In the end, Elias wrote something down in his notebook, decided that it was enough, and announced that the rest of the interview would take place at the workplace. Isel didn't understand at all what was going on and asked Elias what he was talking about. Elias looked at the girl and explained that it meant that she had passed the first stage. Isel didn't understand anything at all and assumed that it was a job interview. Elias explained that Duke Basquiel had recommended her for the position of assistant. The girl didn't understand what an assistant could be if she was only 8 years old. But Elias explained that age didn't matter, because what mattered was skill. Azel couldn't disagree with that. However, the girl didn't understand what a child of 8 could do, because at that age, children just go to school and play with toys. Azel wondered how she could be useful now. Elias explained that all the people who recommended her emphasized the same qualities. For example, the fact that Azel has a good memory and picks things up quickly. Also, Elias knows that the girl is very educated for her age as she reads a lot of books. Azel was interested in who recommended her. Elias explained that it was His Excellency Baskiel, as well as her teacher Velen and her parents. The girl was greatly surprised when she heard this. She didn't understand at all when her parents had time to do something like that. Elias clarified that being an assistant didn't mean that the girl had to follow him around every day. He then explained that he needed them to meet once a week, and then Azel would attend work instead of her classes. The boy also asked Azel not to worry, because this work would be useful for her studies. The girl wondered what kind of place all this would take place in, but Elias gave no specific answer, other than to say that she would find out everything as she came. It seemed to Azel that this was rather cruel. Besides, the girl didn't understand at all what all this had to do with the exam, so she decided to ask Elias directly if it was really an exam. The Duke entered the conversation and explained that one had to find out what the exam was about and find the answer to it. Nothing complicated at all. Azel was indignant. After all, she was only 8 years old, and they were already up to such a test. It was incomprehensible for a girl to realize that the Duke wasn't going to tell her anything. Azel doubted whether she could pass the exam without knowing what it was all about. The Duke understood that the task was difficult, but if she could pass it, then she would receive a gift. Azel didn't know how difficult the exam would be, and besides, the girl wondered what the Duke would offer her as a gift. A week later, the girl found herself near the mine. Azel turned to Elias and asked if it was really necessary to go in there, to which the boy gave a positive answer. Azel doubted that it was normal to take an 8-year-old child into the mine. After all, working in a mine is very risky. According to the law, only adult men can work there. In the days of slavery, only slaves worked in the mines. When those troubled times passed, only adult men were hired. Azel knew that it was physically demanding, dirty, and hard work, but she was completely unaware of what a little girl was doing here. And the same goes for Elias, who is disguised as a man. Most of all, Azel didn't want to breathe the dust, because it was very unhealthy. Elias decided to ask the girl if she had been told what he was doing, to which she received a negative answer. The boy took his book out of his bag and decided that now he would demonstrate. Elias explained that his job is to create maps. He creates maps for places where there are no roads yet, or they are not yet marked on the map. He was tasked with putting a mine on the map. At that very second, Azel remembered a distinctive skill that the main character possessed that she kept failing to recall. Elias's animism skills weren't outstanding, but she had new and unique methods of working with spiritual power. For example, she could imbue arrows with spiritual power, or she could create and read maps. Elias served as a compass for traveling where there were no roads or maps, and this talent blossomed in her from an early age. Azel didn't understand why she was here when Elias was doing well enough on her own. Elias handed Azel a couple of flyers, whereupon the girl asked what it was. Elias explained that it was a map he had made earlier. The boy also explained that the tunnels are complicated and winding, so even if you redo the map, it might look a little different. And all the girl has to do is just transfer the data from the map onto a piece of paper. Azel thought it was better to leave such a job to an adult. The girl didn't understand how such an important job could be given to children, and one of them wasn't even 10 years old. Azel doubted that in this country they knew anything about the labor code. Azel had informed Elias in advance that she had never done anything like this, so she doubted whether she could help. Elias assured the girl that it wasn't difficult and that she would do just fine. It would be very dangerous for her to go into the mine itself, so she should stay here and then he would come back to her. Azel exhaled when she found out that she wouldn't have to go into the mine itself. Elias asked the girl to sit here while he was gone and promised that he would be back soon. Azel wondered if Elias was all right. After all, she didn't seem to have done anything wrong. But then, why would she hide her gender? The girl decided that the issue here was not even the fact that Elias was actually a girl, but how a child could do that. Isel didn't ask Elias personal questions about why she was dressed as a man or what her relationship with Duke Wahidman was, because that could be a heavy topic for her. The girl decided to push the unnecessary thoughts away, and right now she needed to focus on something else. Isel had been doing the tasks Elias had assigned her and realized that there was a lot more work than she thought. Suddenly, Isel felt as if the earth had moved, but the girl wasn't sure, so she figured she was imagining it. As suddenly a similar thing happened again, except that each time the earthquake became stronger and stronger. Isel did not understand at all where it could come from, but she decided it was best to hide as soon as possible. Isel ran out into the street and did not understand why the men near the mine were very quiet. The girl thought that in mines, an earthquake is the worst natural disaster because the ground can collapse. Besides, Elias is still in the mine. Suddenly, a voice behind the girl asked her what she was doing. It was Elias. Isel was startled out of her thoughts. Isel asked Elias how he had gotten here, to which the boy explained that he had come out of another tunnel, as there were at least 3 in this mine. In response, Elias asked Isel what she was doing here. The girl explained that she had come out because she felt an earthquake. Isel didn't quite understand that response. Elias remembered that he hadn't said anything at all about it not being an earthquake at all. Then he explained that there was an artillery range nearby, which meant that every time there was a drill, it shook like that. The girl was a little surprised when she heard that. Isel recalled that it does indeed shake a couple times on the ground, and then it gets quiet. Elias also added that the landfill is far away, and the mines are quite deep and solid, so they won't collapse after such shocks. The boy also explained that the local miners are used to it by now. No one is twitching. So Elias patted the girl's helmet and assured her that she didn't need to worry either. After all, it was the norm anyway. Elias came to his senses and decided it was time to see what Isel had time to do. The boy looked at the cards and noted that it was excellent. He then notified Isel that it was enough and she could go back. Isel was a little surprised to learn that she would be going back alone. Elias explained that he had other things to do and added that a carriage was waiting for Isel. Upon arrival, Isel bumped into the Duke. The man asked the child in a surprised manner what it was that had happened to her. In fact, Isel was startled by a sound and fell down, making her clothes very dirty. The Duke advised the child to take a bath and then turned to the maids and asked them to prepare his water. The Duke took a damp cloth and began to wipe the girl's face. The Duke wondered how Isel's exam had gone. The girl shared that she had been thinking about what it involved. Isel suggested that the point of the exam was to find out who the person was. The Duke responded by asking the child why she thought that. Isel explained that, or the Duke, the person was not close to her, and the work had nothing to do with her classes. The Duke decided that if the girl understood what the examination was about, what answer she would give. But Isel did not know at all. Isel explained that she was the one who asked who the man really was. The Duke was a bit at a loss after hearing this. Isel thought that was why it was not her but His Excellency who should answer the question. The Duke decided that Isel had come to an outrageous conclusion. The man doesn't think the people who raised her would approve of her actions. After all, in the end, the girl decided to dump everything on him. However, the Duke decided that he couldn't answer the question posed like that. Isel didn't understand why the Duke was hiding Elias's identity. The Duke patted his pocket and pulled out a small pouch, which he held out to the girl. Isel accepted it and asked the Duke what it was. After that, she couldn't stand it and looked into it herself. There was gold in the pouch. Isel knew perfectly well what gold was, but did not understand what to do with it. Besides, she thought that free cheese is only in a mousetrap. Then the Duke explained to the child that if she could double the gold in the bag, he would give her the entire contents. But the Duke also warned that if she lost everything, she would never be able to enter that mansion again. Isel realized that once again the grumpy old man had taken up his cause. Isel began to think about what it would take to prevent the end of the world. The girl was also worried about what she could do to stop it. After much thought, she decided that it was impossible to stop the inevitable, so she should save up some money, buy herself an island and hide there. But she doubted that an 8-year-old could organize all that. Besides, there were a lot of limitations for her, as she wasn't capable of doing much. Therefore, Isel didn't have many options. Suddenly, one of the waiters turned to the girl and asked her what brought her here. The waiter assumed that the little girl was from the aristocrats. Then he decided to ask if her parents were here, to which he received a negative answer. Then the butler wondered why she had come to this place. The woman also noticed the child and inquired what was the matter. The man explained that the girl seemed to be lost. The woman decided that if the child was a beggar, then she should throw it away. But the butler noticed that the girl didn't look like a beggar at all. A strange feeling came over Isel again. It wasn't that she saw Ninetails often, for when she was a child she had worked in a famous bar in the capital. The kind of bar where people with money who wanted to make a fortune went. And when she worked there, she heard a lot of different stories, and that's where she learned about Ninetails. Unlike other information guilds located in gloomy, dark places, these people were located in a busy neighborhood. Isel was sure she had come to the right place, suddenly noticing a man with scarlet hair walking by. While the woman and the waiter were arguing about whether or not she was an aristocrat, the girl wasted no time and approached the man with red hair. The waiter politely asked the child what she wanted. Isel realized that the man was using a polite tone and not calling her a child. The girl then waved her finger, and the waiter realized that she wanted him to approach. Isel whispered in her uncle's ear whether he was really Vesemir Winston. The waiter wondered how the child could have known him. Then Isel decided to call the man Nine-Tailed. Vesemir was greatly surprised when he heard this. Isel was known to be a nine-tailed man who would do anything for money. The man's mood changed in an instant, whereupon he told the child to follow him. Another waiter shouted to Vesemir that they had work to do. Isel, left alone with the man, did not know what to do, because she was a child and she did not need to create an atmosphere conducive to negotiations. Afterwards, the waiter asked the girl who had sent her. Isel admitted that she had sent herself. But the man did not take these words seriously, thinking that the girl was joking. Then the man decided to ask her again why she had come to him. Besides, the man was curious how she managed to find out about him and who sold her the information. Isel replied that it was her as well. The man assumed that the girl was bullying him. So the nine-tailed man explained to the child that he didn't know what she was thinking. But if she didn't tell the truth, she could be in big trouble. The waiter threatened the child that if she didn't want to know what he was talking about, she'd better answer his questions. Isel admitted that she answered everything honestly and didn't understand why the man didn't believe her. Vesemir was in complete shock, for he expected a normal child to cry out of surprise because of the atmosphere around her. But that didn't happen. Isel explained that she had found out who he was and where he worked, and had come to him because she needed him. Isel realized that this one was hard to believe, but she had heard that there were people who had been buying and selling information since they were 7 years old. Ninetail was a bit surprised by these words from the mouth of a child. Besides, he had never told anyone about it. Besides, there were those two who knew him at that age, but they had died long ago as they were not doing good deeds. It was unclear to Vesemir how the girl knew about him, so he decided to ask the child directly who she was and how she knew. Cleum, the goddess of daggers, beer, and Vesemir, who was an ardent follower of her. Come to think of it, the nickname Nine-Tailed came from the wolf that Cleum raised. As Isel realized, in this way, Cleum wanted to protect herself. Still, usually people would ask who might have leaked information, and this one had gone to some extreme. The girl was glad since now she wouldn't have to explain anything to him, so she decided to take the opportunity and confessed that she came from Cleum after the revelation. It was a lie, of course, but since she had read the book, it meant she had a revelation from the author. Vesemir thought that this orphan wandering the hall was a messenger of the god he had believed in all his life, and now she was standing before his eyes. At that very second, the man kneeled down, tears beginning to flow from his eyes. Isel did not expect such a reaction at all. The girl was confused, but still decided that it is necessary to focus, because now is not the time to feel guilty, because the world is in danger. So Isel reached out her small hand and stroked Vesemir's head with it. Isel said that she realized that Vesemir had done a lot in all this time. The man let his emotions run wild, yes, so much so that he clung to the girl. Isel hoped that the man could cry without clutching her, and after all, she was about to suffocate. After a while, Vesemir came to his senses and apologized to Isel. The man was ashamed that he didn't know who was in front of him and had behaved very rudely. Isel assured the man that everything was fine and also notified him that she had a request for him. Vesemir asked her to voice it now and promised to help in any way he could. Isel doubted that Vesemir had always been like this. For a moment, it seemed to the girl that something was not going according to plan. After all, in the book, Vesemir was described as a very cynical, straightforward, and cruel man. But perhaps that was something she had just misremembered. Isel stepped closer to Vesemir and confessed that the world was in danger. It was for that reason that she had come to him. Isel realized that if anyone else heard them, they would think they were crazy. Vesemir hesitated and said that he didn't know if the world would end, but he realized that the girl wouldn't have come to him for nothing, so he would believe her. Isel explained that she needed his help first, but the man didn't know how he could help at all, since he is only an information merchant. Isel assured the man that that was enough, because that skill could come in handy. Isel wanted to know from Vesemir what time he finishes work, somewhere to go, and suggested to go there after work. But the man replied that he was already done with work. Vesemir decided that since she had found him in this world, he could not sit idly by, and decided that it was worth going right now. To the people around him, the picture seemed a bit strange, so they thought that the man had decided to kidnap a child. But Vesemir handed them an envelope that said he was asking for his resignation. The man explained that he had not had a very pleasant interaction, so he hoped they would not meet again, then left the establishment. Isel asked Vesemir why he was carrying his resignation letter with him, but the man believed that every employee always carried it under his heart. Isel hoped she had taken the right person, but either way, she decided, done is done. It worked out. The place where thousands of lives intertwine, where all sorts of trade offers abound, the place where the big money is. This is the biggest investment company of the capital. Vesemir didn't expect them to come to the investment company. After all, they should be busy saving the world. Isel assured the man that it was, after which she offered to go inside. The man agreed, since it was necessary. Isel entered the room and noticed that there were aristocrats around, as well as commoners with beggars. And there is only one reason why all these people gathered here, and that is money. All the people who gathered here came to make money, just like her after all. Isel remembered the Duke's words that if she could double the contents of the sack, he would give her all of its contents. The girl thought that was a rather specific task. Looking back, she realizes that it wasn't that bad, and it was well within her capabilities. That said, Isel realized that the sack would be difficult to double. Duke Wahidman should know how to do it, though. However, judging from all his economic lessons he had taught her so far, she had never yet been asked to double the money in a short time. Besides, the Duke had said not to come back if she lost all the money. Isel set a piece of gold at home and took the rest with her. The girl nodded in agreement, and Vesemir asked her if she really wanted to invest in it, but got an affirmative answer. Suddenly, the man wondered why the child needed money. After all, he believed that people with a lot of money could give money away to save the world. Isel had heard that Vesemir had lived in dark alleys and roamed all sorts of smelly streets since he was a child. That's why he's such a simpleton. The girl didn't understand who would give money if you say it's to save the world, much less who would even be able to believe it. Isel explained to the man that she had already said that she was not allowed to talk about what she was doing now. Isel also added that it would take more than faith and belief to save the world. After all, the world could be saved by money. Isel only knew what would happen in the distant future, they in the near future, but that didn't mean she couldn't pick a good investment. The girl realized that the end of the world would not happen in an instant. Call it 1, 10, 100, when first 10 and then 100 things happen before one big event happens. And the first thing that comes to mind is famine. This is especially true in the province of bad harvest years. There was a story often mentioned in the books that many people suffered because of the lack of crops. And so the girl decided that this was where she needed to invest. Isel looked towards the Reveldel Cooperative Guild. It was a guild that buys and sells grains, fruits, and vegetables in large quantities. Therefore, Isel alerted Vesemir that they needed to go to the guild office. Isel and Vesemir entered the office, whereupon the girl working there inquired what business they were on. The The girl admitted that she wanted to invest. The girl hesitated and told him that with investments, it was best to seek separate counseling at the front desk rather than here. Vesemir explained to the girl that the investment would not be done by him, but by this person, pointing to Isel. The girl didn't understand why an adult would speak with such respect. Oh, and on top of that, they were calling her a child. The girl turned to the girl and asked if she happened to be from a noble family. Isel replied that you could say that, as she was actually a ruined noblewoman. The girl immediately became animated and suggested that the girl take a look at the brochure. After all, it detailed everything about Rivendell, and then she would be able to invest. Isel realized that although she did not like this sudden change of mood, but it is normal for a place where money rules everything. After which, she dumped out a bag of gold bars. The girl's mood improved even more, and she asked the little aristocrat what exactly she wanted to invest in. Isel confessed that she didn't really come for investments. The girl explained that she wanted to buy grain from the southern granary first. The man assured her that he would make sure that they would have no problems. Isel thanked and asked him to drive them from the southern granary to the mansion. The girl realized that since there wasn't much grain in the southern granary right now, she decided to get some of what they had managed to gather so far. The man promised that they would ship it all out in a week. Isel notified Vesemir that she was done and added that she had some more work to do. She then explained that she needed to spread the word as well. The man realized that the girl wanted to spread rumors in order to sell the grain at a high price. Vesemir agreed to put down the rumor that there would be a bad harvest. Isel wondered how many people would fall for it, since in the end, the price wouldn't change anyway. Isel decided that they should spread the word that there would be a big festival in the capital. Vesemir didn't understand how the festival could affect the price of grain. Isel asked Vesemir to say that the festival would be so grand that people from other countries would come to attend. The festival and grain, beer, and bread are inseparable things. Isel realized that they had a lot of business ahead of them in the future. Beoric was in complete shock when he saw the huge mountain of grain in front of him that had arrived in the storehouse. Isel explained to father that she was the one who had bought it. Beoric immediately wondered what money his daughter had managed to buy so much grain with. After all, the Spencer family, whose business had failed and who were desperately poor, could barely afford to eat a single grain. They survived for a long time on some rare soup and stale bread. But things seem to be different now. Now that Isel works as a secretary for the Basquiat family, there are no such problems. The father was worried that his daughter was using money he didn't know about. So he decided to ask his child if someone had given her money. Beoric was worried because sometimes people use children to transport money and launder it. And since these people usually deal in hodgepodge goods, they could have slipped his daughter grain. Isel looked at her father and realized that he seemed to be worried about her. So the girl explained to her dad that the Duke had given her money and also gave her a task, the point of which was to double the gold she received. And if she loses it all, she will no longer be able to receive his instruction. Beoric already vaguely understood why he would give gold to Isel and ask her to double the amount. But in order to invest properly, sometimes you even have to go into debt. The man thought it was too difficult a task for a child. Grain was very cheap, and unless it was a natural disaster or something like that, grain prices rose and fell equally, so it was almost impossible to double the price of grain. Beoric didn't know what to do at all. After that, he asked his daughter if she had any plan. Lily entered the conversation and told her husband that it seemed like it would be best if he stopped worrying about Isel and just asked what he could do to help. The man couldn't help but agree with his wife's words. After, to his daughter, he asked her what Papa could do to help. Isel held out a small envelope that had written on it, a watermill, a flour mill, and a malt cellar. Beoric inquired of Isel what it was all about. The girl explained that she wanted to do business with people who did this sort of thing. Later, it was reported to the Duke that the girl had bought grain, and quite a lot of it. The Duke thought about the fact that he had never taught her such a concept. Isel was taught simple economic concepts, and there were no complicated investments in the lessons. The man was surprised that the child knew the concept of buying and then investing, but was dubious about grain, which has a weak circulation of money. The Duke realized that this child was still acting The butler noticed that the Duke was smiling a lot lately. Before the butler left, the Duke asked him what Gerald and Raven were doing. The butler told him that Raven was undergoing daily training so that that situation would not happen again, and young Master Gerald is not doing anything. The Duke clarified with the butler if his son was sitting in his room all the time. The butler answered in the affirmative and also clarified that Mr. Gerald even eats there. He had not left his room since the Duke had put him on probation. Wahidman thought about how pathetic Gerald is. Gerald is greedy and very capable, so he was ahead of Enoch despite being younger. However, Enoch was rated higher by the Duke than Gerald because he is better at succeeding. There is a significant difference between Gerald, who always chose the safe path, and Enoch, who sometimes chooses the winding path. Gerald showed the look of a typical aristocrat, weak before the strong and strong before the weak. Therefore, he both strikes and receives blows. The Duke wanted the child to be at least half like him. The young boy was surprised when he heard that they wanted to make a contract with him for a watermill. Originally, watermills could be used by everyone if they paid money, even without any contracts. Watermills are not scarce, so they are not in high demand. The man inquired why they suddenly wanted a contract. Isel explained that because she needs it. The man explained that they can use the watermill without signing a contract. That way, they could just pay and use it. The girl knew this, but still wants to sign a contract anyway. Isel indicated that she was going to make an advance payment as a down payment. Isel doubted whether there was any point in signing the contract. Such a small millage, and to pay an upfront fee. The man asked how much they wanted to pay, whereupon the girl extended 2 fingers. The man decided that it was 2 silver coins, although this amount is not small, but he was upset for some reason. But what was the man's surprise when he saw 2 gold bars in front of him? Isel, moreover, inquired if it would be enough. The man assured her that it would certainly be enough, and if she told him when they needed the mill, they would clear a week. The old man promised that they might even give her the whole 10 days. The man mentally rejoiced, for if he spun the mill for a week, at most he would get 20 silver pieces, and here he would get 2 gold pieces. The older man asked the child if she wanted to discuss a date later. Isel agreed and decided she would let them know the date later. On the way back, the father turned to his child and asked if it was really necessary to buy all those mills. Isel gave an affirmative answer and assured her father that he would figure out for himself later what it was all for. The girl grabbed her daddy's hand, and he thought about what that little head was thinking. Time went on its way. Isel met up with her friend Lancia and once again caught her all in tears. Goldilocks was worried about not seeing her friend for 2 whole weeks. Besides, she hadn't even texted her. Lancia didn't know what to think anymore. Lancia was worried that the idiot wanted to do something to her again. Lancia warned Isel that if she knew it was him, she would grab him and tear him apart. Isel asked her friend to calm down, because nothing had happened to her, so there was no reason to worry. The girl mentally noted to herself that when Lancia is angry, she looks very intimidating. Lancia wanted to know why Isel was skipping classes, to which the girl replied that she had things to do. After which, she pointed to the people walking around the grain and hauling sacks. Lancia didn't understand at all what those people had to do with her not being in class. Isel explained that it had to do with the fact that the Duke had recently given her an assignment. Lancia speculated that her girlfriend was now in the slavery business. Isel was completely shocked when she heard that, after which she immediately denied it and reminded her that, besides, slavery had been abolished a long time ago. Isel tried to explain to Lancia that, simply put, it would be resale. But the girl didn't even know the meaning of the word. Isel realized that it was too heavy a concept for an 8-year-old child. So Isel presented it in a way that made her want to stock up on grain to bake lots of bread. Isel doubted whether she could do it. In response, Lancia assured her friend that she could do it. Lancia admitted that she'd never seen anyone smarter than Isel in her life, so she was sure her plan would work. Lancia came to her senses and told her friend that Teacher Velen had told her to stop by tomorrow if she had time. Isel wondered what for, but Lancia didn't know. After all, he had only asked her to pass on his words. Isel wondered why Velen had decided to call on her, and assumed that there had been some sort of problem with the last exam. Lancia noticed that Isel had changed her clothes and asked where she was going. The girl explained that she had somewhere to go. Lancia decided to ask to go along with her friend. Isel warned her right away that she could certainly go, but it was dangerous. Isel looked out the window and noticed the knights watching Lancia. And they don't need the mercenaries to go with them either. After a while, Lancia was already trembling with fear. The girl didn't realize what this place was at all, because there were only huge ambassadors drinking beer around. The man looked at the child and assumed that she was Rebecca's daughter, whom she was hiding. But Isel assured him that, unfortunately, she had no such secret. The man was pleased by this, whereupon he introduced himself by his given name, Randall. Isel had heard that this uncle was the most famous moonshine maker in the capital. The man inquired of the child who had told her such a thing. Isel recalled that it was written in large letters on the door. The man inquired of the girl why she was asking. He didn't understand why she needed moonshine. After all, she looked like a noble woman, so it was unlikely she would need some cheap liquor. Isel explained that it was just the opposite, and it was her uncle who needed her. The men who heard this response started fighting with each other in a flash. Isel was not surprised by this picture, because, judging by the fact that the men had been drinking moonshine since morning, she had not expected any other outcome. Suddenly, a black-haired woman entered the room and asked what was going on here. It was Rebecca. The man remarked that she was very timely and also explained that he didn't know why, but these two girls had come to him and told him that he needed them. Rebecca moved closer to the girls and asked Isel who she was. Isel introduced herself by her name and explained that she had come to help. The girl told her that sooner or later they would need to make a lot of moonshine, and when that happens, Isel wants them to contact her. Rebecca explained that in that case, unfortunately, she wouldn't need her help because she already had a source of supply. Isel was well aware of that, but she was sure they would still need it, so she asked that they not lose her contact. Isel visited Professor Velen, but they sat in silence for 5 minutes. She knew the professor was looking for her, but she never found out for what reason. Isel was curious what Velen wanted to talk to her about, and worried that there was some problem with a past test. After a couple more minutes of silence, the girl assumed she should be the first to start the conversation, or should she wait a little longer? Suddenly, the man interrupted the silence and decided to ask directly. Velen wondered who Isel really was. The girl was taken aback by the question. The man explained that at first he thought it was a bit unusual, but then he decided that Isel was a child who was just smarter than everyone else. But after this exam, his opinion changed. So Velen decided that Isel was special. Velen asked Isel how she felt about it. Isel was worried that the professor had noticed something. Suddenly, Velen held out the exam sheet and asked the girl why she had solved everything correctly but wrote in the wrong answers. Velen realized that if it had happened once or twice, it could be discounted as a fluke, but now it was clear that it was intentional. Isel, I realized that the professor was checking the solution sheet. This surprised the girl a little, because Velen doesn't have enough time to do research, let alone check some student individually. But the man wanted an answer to his question as to why Isel did that. Isel realized that the reason was simple, and it was because she shouldn't pique his interest. Because children are not yet capable of answering all these questions correctly, they should not yet be able to earn, and in principle be useful. Besides, many people said that the test was difficult, so she didn't want to stand out among the others. Because of that, she purposely made her score lower. However, the problem was that her answer sheet was different from the solution sheet. But in the end, the girl admitted that she just wanted to be more careful. Isel explained that many nobles look down on those who have gone bankrupt and lost their former power. There are some, like Raven, who don't show it openly. However, others remind her of it too obviously. Therefore, she decided to behave more cautiously. Velen was shocked to find out that the girl answered wrong on purpose. Velen decided to check with the child to see if it was really the way she said it was, or if someone had ordered her to do so. To which he received a negative answer. Velen concluded that the girl was very special indeed. Isel asked the professor if that was the problem, then apologized if he didn't like her behavior. Velen explained that it wasn't that at all, because if it was any other student, he would have thought he just didn't care. But in Isel's case, it had to be for some reason. Isel was surprised to hear that. Plus, she was pleased that the professor had a good opinion of her. The girl thought about the fact that except for their first meeting, when she had come to him for a book, they had never really talked. It reminded her of why she had become a grand sorceress, having fled to the sea from Velen Basquiel. The rebel squad was a place created by people who had become disillusioned with an empire that discriminated against commoners more than anyone else, a place where the bastard son of a dead emperor was made ruler. And the man in charge of that place was Velen, and assured her that she shouldn't force herself to go to class and pretend everything was fine. The professor decided that if the girl was okay with it, he could train her. So the professor asked Isel if she would be okay with being his student. Isel had already thought about the fact that he wanted her to become a rebel. Afterward, she informed the professor that she would think about his proposal. Lancia informed Isel that she had arrived. But seeing her friend with no mood, Lancia was scared. Lancia immediately began to ask Isel what was wrong. The girl explained that nothing was wrong, she just had a lot to do. Lancia announced that the festival season was starting today, so she invited Isel to go together. Lancia even prepared clothes for her girlfriend. Lancia had never been to a festival with a friend before, and this festival is twice as long as any other festival, and people come from all over the world, so there's nowhere to step. Lancia was glad that with Isel they would be able to have a good time every day and laugh a lot. But Isel ruined her friend's grand plans by saying that it would be a strain on her. Lancia was already barely holding back tears and asked her friend why. Isel pointed to the table, which had huge stacks of papers on it. Lancia asked Isel what they were. The girl told her that the whole thing was a contract. Due to the crowds of potential buyers, they had to move from the push to the entrance of the mansion and take bids here. The scale was actually larger than she had envisioned. Thanks to the fact that they had planned everything in advance and had the mill, Ponkatan, and Malthouse ready to go, a huge flood of orders came in for Isel. The festival ran out of ingredients to make beer and bread. That's why the food purchase orders are plentiful. Lancia heard all this and didn't understand what her friend was saying. Suddenly, a carriage stopped in front of the girls and a man got out. He turned to the girls and asked if the Spencer family lived here. Isel gave positive answers and asked if he was a customer. The man confirmed what Isel said and said he had heard that this place was the only capital city where he could procure goods and groceries. Isel handed a piece of paper to the man and asked him to write here what and how much he wanted to buy. She also asked him to write his address and his name at the bottom. Isel also warned the man that the down payment was half of the total purchase price. The girl assured the man that he shouldn't worry. After all, they would ship everything as it was supposed to be shipped, and from what the man wrote, she could tell that the goods would arrive in about 4 days. Lancia listened to all of this, and her head was already boiling with so much information. The man was worried that this was too high a price. After all, the cost was twice the retail price, and even if he ran out of all the supplies, the price was still high. Isel explained that he sells beer and bread at 3 times the price at the festival, and spends the same as before on food, so it's more like stealing. Plus, the price of grain has gone up from the sudden crop failure. The man listened to all this from the child, and he simply did not have the words to answer. The girl explained that unfortunately it would be difficult to adjust the price. If he didn't like something, it would be better to go back. Still, the man agreed to the deal. After the man left, Lancia noticed that Isel was rude to him, but the girl realized that there was no other way. Isel talks to dozens of people a day, and it feels like her eyes are about to fall out. Fortunately, her parents help her, so she can just do paperwork and not think about extraneous problems. Still, this kind of work was very tiring for the girls. Isel apologized to her friend Lancia and explained that she would be busy and would hardly be able to go to the festival. Besides, Daddy was helping her out in the field again, and she couldn't go alone to the fun fest. Lancia glanced at the table of papers and asked Isel if she could have fun if she was done with it, but got an affirmative answer. Lancia called for a man named Freddy at that very second. Lancia told him to get the men. The man replied that he understood and hurriedly followed the order. At this time, Burek has been working without rest since morning, but sees no end to the work. When the warehouse was closed, they, already all of them, had enough work to do. But now they just don't have enough extra hands. Burek felt like he was going to pass out before it was all gone. Nevertheless, the man decided that there was no time to rest now. After all, this is the business of his favorite daughter, who is well prosperous on top of everything else. Therefore, she should not miss this opportunity. The man decided that he must carry at least one more sack, even if he had to break his bones to do so. Suddenly, Beoric was called out by someone. The man asked if he was really Viscount Spencer, to which Beoric answered in the affirmative. The man introduced himself as Baron Barrington and indicated that it was a pleasure to meet him. The man also explained that he had come at the request of Miss Ermond. It wasn't just commoners and merchants who needed supplies. Even the nobles who received visitors from afar were short on supplies. So occasionally, the nobles also came to them for grain and flour. Today, Beoric had already had 2 such visitors, so the man warned the Baron that if he wanted to buy something, he should go to his daughter at the mansion, not here. The Baron explained that this is where they had people sent to them from. Beoric began to read the letter written by his daughter Izel, after which, at the snap of his fingers, men appeared and promptly began hauling sacks. Beoric, who had seen the whole scene, was shocked. The Baron asked to make it available to them. Thanks to Lancia, Izel was able to free herself from the desk she had been sitting behind for days. She brought in people from noble families who were competent and reliable. In the end, things were quickly resolved thanks to these people going to help her parents. Lancia's help dispelled any fears that they were critically short of people. Lancia met her friend Izel and handed her a bun. The girl told her that she had bought it where there was a big line, because everyone said it was delicious. Izel was well aware of this place, because she delivered groceries to them. Lancia shared that her father had told her that the banquet at the Imperial Palace was on its 3rd day, and it seems that he went there every day too, so he was so busy. Izel wondered why Lancia didn't go there too. Lancia explained that she didn't go because she wanted to spend time with Izel. Izel thought to herself that Lancia was an amazing kid because she hadn't done anything to her, but she was still there for her. Izel assumed that this is what friendship should be like. Suddenly, Lancia asked Izel how her assignment was going. The girl replied that it seemed to be going well. Counting how many contracts had been made, she thought the investment had already paid off enough. And if they sell everything, the amount should be 4 times the original amount. And then they can make more money if they sell the grain received from the southern granaries in the province. Izel shared that it looked like she would be able to go back to classes after the festival. Only Izel wanted to lick her soiled hand when suddenly Lancia prevented her from doing so and wiped it with a napkin herself. Lancia wiped her friend's hand, and Izel, who was watching this, did not understand what the sudden movements were and where the box and the shy girl had gone. Still, Izel thought she was unpredictable. Lancia motioned for Izel to look around some more when suddenly the girl was shoved by someone. The dark-skinned boy who had carried the drink in his hand had spilled it all over himself for the collision and was all wet. He then turned to Izel and asked her why she was standing there and not apologizing. Izel didn't understand at all how this stranger could be angry at a man he himself had pushed. In response, Izel asked the stranger why she should apologize. The dark-skinned boy thought that the girl was not yet wise enough to speak in such a tone, or that she had lived among hillbillies who had never heard of etiquette. Izel looked at the stranger and realized that he seemed to think she was a commoner because of her clothes. The girl decided she should have worn the clothes Lancia had prepared. The dark-skinned boy turned to the commoner and said that on such occasions she should bow her head to him and apologize. The stranger didn't know how it was in her homeland, but here he would get nothing if he killed the commoner. But the protagonist was stood up for by her friend Lancia, who started yelling at the boy, explaining that Izel was also a noblewoman. Hearing the shouting, the knights serving Lancia immediately realized that their mistress was in some kind of trouble and decided to go to her aid. At this time, the disgruntled foreigner guy was indignant. He could not believe that the protagonist was really a noblewoman, and, in his opinion, she should have realized what she had done and what problems she had brought upon herself. In addition, the foreigner immediately concluded that if Izel allowed herself to behave inappropriately and spoke to him in such a tone, then she was probably not an important person, but just a fallen aristocrat. The indignant Lancia looked at the guy and explained to him that he was absolutely wrong, because the protagonist belonged to one of the most prestigious families. The guy was clearly fed up with these conversations, so he immediately turned around, looked at his servant, and then gave him an order to deal with this girl and her friend. The man immediately bowed to the young master, promised to fulfill the order, and then slowly, like a beast waiting for its prey, began to approach the 2 girls. Lancia was clearly tense, watching intently, but Izel was clearly not interested. By that time, the man was already very close, and, holding out his hands to the protagonist, asked her not to blame him for what had happened. The girl still calmly continued to look at the man, as if waiting to see what he would do in the next moment. But he didn't have time to do anything. Immediately after he extended his hand, the voice of the knights who were excitedly calling Lancia and Azel was heard, after which, a black cape with the image of a golden lion appeared in front of the protagonist's face. As soon as she saw someone with bright silver hair, she immediately realized who that hair could belong to. At this moment, the Lion Knights had already managed to surround the man who was threatening the protagonist's safety and ordered him not to move from his position. The foreigner shouted indignantly, glaring at the knights and demanding an explanation as to what was even going on in this place. His subordinate, on the other hand, was trying to keep a low profile at this point and stayed particularly still so that none of the blades would hurt him. Then, one of the Black Lion Knights spoke to the foreign knight. He advised the guy not to move, otherwise he was ready to cut his limbs into 10 equal parts and was clearly not going to spare him. At this moment, this man's young master was lying beaten on the ground, his nose broken and tears dripping from his eyes in fear. He began to stammer. Carl towered over him, who reminded the smug boy of what he had said to the protagonist, and told him that he only wanted to deal with him the way they did. Whereupon he grabbed him by the scruff of the neck, lifted him above him, and offered to have fun with him now, as he had done earlier with Azel. At the same time, the frightened prince was running about the festival in search of Carl, and could not understand where the child had disappeared to. He still didn't understand what gift the boy had that could hide so easily if he took his eyes off him. But in any case, it was not the most important question now, for the main thing was to discover his whereabouts, and, if necessary, to save him from trouble. But suddenly, the first prince, whose name was Gladio, approached Prince Ishmael. He looked closely at his lonely little brother, though he was surprised that the boy was walking around the festival alone, and asked where Carl was now. A disgruntled and slightly upset Ishmael explained that Carl had disappeared somewhere again, once he had gotten a little distracted. The first prince was clearly not surprised by this. Gladio asked his younger brother not to worry, as Carl was in the Black Lion's care at all times anyway, so he would definitely be fine. A confused Ishmael tried to explain to his brother that he had absolutely no intention of worrying about Carl and simply felt responsible for his safety, nothing more. Though that seemed to be a lie. Then, exhaling, Ishmael admitted that he was actually more worried about other people than Carl, and then the boy sank into his memories. Not too long ago, there had been irreparable consequences because of Raven. Duke Byron himself had appealed to the Emperor to demand that he be allowed to deal directly with Raven, who was threatening his son. Fortunately, the Emperor had somehow miraculously managed to appease this Duke, but after this incident, Duke Byron's policy had changed drastically. So now the Black Lions would have to stay close to Charles throughout the festival, because the boy was overreacting to every little thing and could panic. And the task of his knights was to guard him. The first prince listened carefully to his brother, and he himself understood perfectly well what the problem was. After all, he knew Charles and his vulnerability well. He remembered how once a pure-hearted young aristocrat had wanted to give Charles a gift, reached into his pocket to pull it out. But he had ended up being captured by the Black Lions on suspicion of making an attempt on the young duke's life. So for sure, if someone wanted to harm Charles or made even the slightest mistake, it could end in bloodshed. Therefore, right now, the first and fifth princes were just praying that the Black Lions wouldn't accidentally kill anyone, and praying that Charles wouldn't get into any trouble. At this time, the foreigner continued to shout angrily at Carl, not understanding how he dared to beat him up, because in his country, it was punishable by death. Carl calmly looked at the shouting boy and explained that he was obviously not going to die such a stupid death, but he was not satisfied with this boy's behavior. The boy grudgingly continued to squeal and try to break free from Carl's grip. He was trying to understand how some aristocrat dared to threaten a man from the royal family who had come to them to admire the sights. Turning to Carl, he demanded that the boy let him go, for he clearly had no idea who he was. Whereupon he grudgingly introduced himself. The boy's name was Piero, and he was the third prince of the royal family of Peyote. Surprised, Carl asked if he was really a member of the royal family. But instead of answering, Piero squealed unhappily and ordered the boy to let him go, for that was an order. But Carl was not going to listen to him. To Piero's shock, he calmly explained that he was not from his kingdom. After that, Carl thought for a moment and remembered that he had never seen a prince like Piero, so he wasn't sure if he should follow his orders. Carl himself was born in the family of an archduke, so he had attended important national events and large banquets, and knew many members of the royal family, but he knew nothing about this Piero. Then he drew the logical conclusion that most likely Piero only pretended to be a prince and wore the appropriate attire. The protagonist, hearing this, almost choked with laughter because it was a funny assumption. The disgruntled prince continued to yell at Carl, calling him all sorts of nasty things and cursing him, saying he was insane. He demanded that his knights execute this boy now for disrespecting royalty. Charles kept as calm as possible and explained to Piero that unfortunately he really didn't remember him. Piero was clearly hurt by such a phrase, and he thought that the boy was definitely mocking him and despising him. At that moment, the prince's knights appeared, who immediately saw Mr. Piero in the grip of another child and asked what was going on. Mr. Piero only smiled smugly and explained that from that moment on, it would be the end for Charles, and now he could not even beg for forgiveness, for he would definitely not get it. When the knights approached, Piero explained that the men in front of them had dared to desecrate their kingdom and attacked a member of the royal family, so he ordered them to be killed in accordance with the law. The knights only exhaled unhappily, wondering why their lord kept bringing trouble upon himself. But they still couldn't leave those who attacked a member of the royal family alone, so they would definitely have to deal with it. The knight asked that those present lower their swords and introduce themselves, for otherwise they would have to use force. But Piero was not satisfied with such politeness, and he did not understand what the knights were doing, and demanded to kill everyone now. The knight tried to explain to the lord that before they bare their swords, they needed to know who was in front of them, so he asked to reveal his identity and explained that this was their last warning, for if they did not lower their swords and introduce themselves, they would attack. Carl's main knight, still holding the sword around the neck of the man who was trying to harm the protagonist, calmly explained that they were from the Byron family. As soon as this surname reached the ears of Prince Piero's knights, he immediately froze in horror, after which he shifted his gaze to the young lord. Charles stood still, fixed him with an attentive gaze, and then the knight realized in shock who was in front of him and who was now holding one of their knights. It was the Black Lions, well known to everyone on the continent. But he couldn't understand why the Black Lions were the first to attack them. Also, Piero's knights marvelously knew that the Black Lions were known for their incredible strength and ferocity, but they were never known for their short-sightedness, so such an act was incomprehensible. The worried knight tried to get into a dialogue. He still didn't understand what had happened here, but he decided that it would be better if everyone retreated, because there was clearly some misunderstanding here. At this moment, the common people who were having fun at the festival also froze at the little prince's shout and began to discuss what was happening. Piero shouted at the knights who were talking about some misunderstanding and demanded that everyone be executed now. The knights tried to explain to the prince that it was the Black Lions, led by the young duke, with whom it was obviously not necessary to spoil relations. But Piero obviously didn't care, and demanded to kill everyone for daring to attack a member of the royal family. The knights sadly lowered their heads, for they realized that their prince was very short-sighted, and did not realize that compared to the Black Lions, they were nothing. The boy still continued to scream as the knight tried to think of what they should do. He didn't want to attack the Black Lion knights, because otherwise he would risk the lives of his men as well as the prince's life. But there was an urgent need to figure out how to get out of this. At this moment, the first prince appeared and ordered everyone to stop. At the same time, the Black Lions put away their daggers and retreated from Piero's aid. The surprised knight immediately recognized the young man as the future emperor, but Piero still wouldn't stop, demanding that they all be killed. The other knights, who could only rejoice that the situation had finally been resolved, were again horrified by their lord's ignorance. At this point, the first prince addressed the knights, explaining that there was no need to shed blood on their land now, much less at a festival. Besides, although the prince didn't know what had happened in this place, he asked that Piero and his aides leave as soon as possible. At this moment, Piero, like a hysterical child, kept shaking and screaming, not understanding why no one was following his order. After all, he wanted to kill everyone. The first prince calmly approached the guy and looked at him and recognized him as a rogue prince, the third child from the kingdom of Peyote. After that, he smiled smugly and recommended Piero to stop behaving like this if he didn't want his head cut off because of the accusation of attempting to assassinate the Imperial family in a foreign country. His best solution would be to just keep quiet from now on and hide away as soon as possible. At this moment, Piero was scared for the first time when he heard about the Imperial family. But the prince seemed to have completely lost interest in him by that point. He calmly turned to Charles and suggested that he let the rascal go. The boy immediately calmly let Piero go and went to the first prince, whereupon the knights immediately picked up their master and began to depart. The first prince at the same time praised Charles for such brave behavior and restraint. At this moment, the protagonist was watching the two carefully. Looking over the tall, blonde man with violet eyes, she immediately recognized him as the first prince, the future emperor, and also the last emperor of Gladio. He was a good but unfortunate man who had been taken to the guillotine and beheaded for failing to defend the empire. But at that moment, someone's loud and obviously hurrying footsteps sounded, and suddenly Ishmael appeared from around the corner. He immediately ran up to Carl and hit him hard, slapping him on the back, causing the boy to cry and resent him. Ishmael shouted at him, demanding that Carl stop doing that. He didn't understand why the boy was always disappearing and causing trouble. Carl didn't argue but kept yelling that he was in a lot of pain. Watching this picture, the protagonist immediately recognized the fifth prince of Ishmael in the blonde-haired boy. She knew the history of this world, so she realized that since childhood, Ishmael was the only peer friend of Charles. That was why, no matter where the Byron family traveled, Ishmael always had Carl's guardianship, and this time was apparently no exception. Ishmael continued to resent him, explaining to Carl that there were already quite a few eyes now watching him after what had happened to him last time. In addition, they were both one step away from being banned from attending the festival, but it was only through the efforts of Gladio's older brother that they were still allowed to attend. Carl bowed his head sadly, acknowledging his friend's point. Ishmael demanded an explanation as to why the boy continued to do all this if he understood everything. But instead of any explanation, Carl only shifted his gaze to Lancia and Isel, who were talking. At this point, a frightened Lancia was looking over her friend and asking if she was okay. Lancia was clearly much more frightened than the protagonist and was very worried about the girl. Ishmael was clearly not pleased that Carl had followed the girl again, but the boy only explained in embarrassment that he was glad to see a familiar face at the festival among the many people he didn't know. Looking closely at his friend, Ishmael sarcastically noted that the reason was clearly not because he was experiencing the incredible joy of meeting him. Besides, Ishmael knew that even when Carl returned to the duchy, he still kept asking about this girl all the time, and what she was doing, how she lived, and what her family was like. Carl looked at the prince in shock, not understanding how the boy had managed to get all this information. The question made Ishmael nervous, for it was obvious that Carl was openly interested in her, and it was foolish to expect his best friend not to know. Besides, rumors about his interest in Isel had long ago spread throughout the duchy, and absolutely everyone said that the naive young gentleman had fallen in love for the first time. A maddeningly embarrassed Charles tried to deny his friend's words and say that it wasn't a first love at all. Ishmael clearly didn't have any strength left to argue with the boy, so he agreed to accept his version of events, although everyone remained in their own opinion. Afterwards, Ishmael went to Isel and bowed in front of her and greeted her. The protagonist did the same, though she was surprised that a 10-year-old child, who still had a bit of baby fuzz on his cheeks, greeted her with the kind of elegance and courtesy that any grown man would envy. Still, not choosing to voice her thoughts, she greeted Prince Ishmael politely, wondering how often they had crossed paths lately. The words surprised Ishmael, but she calmly explained that she knew how difficult it was to meet someone from the Imperial family, but she had been honored twice already, so she thought the word often would perfectly describe the situation. Ishmael looked at the protagonist in surprise, and then did not hide his true thoughts, and said that every time he saw the protagonist, he had the impression that she was thinking beyond her years for her age. In addition, her manner of speech and the atmosphere made it seem as if he was talking to an adult, even though he was well aware that she was only 8 years old. Then the protagonist realized her blunder. Indeed, except for her parents, it was awkward for her to act childish or pretend to be a child in front of other people, so she just stopped doing it. Besides, she was completely inept at being cute, so no matter how hard she tried to pretend to be a cute little kid, even strangers would be able to uncover her deception. But Lancia didn't seem to notice any strangeness in this, and only happily reported that her friend was really acting like an adult, and she liked it very much. Besides, she thought it was a wonderful quality to be so clever and intelligent, and to receive love from young Mr. Carl, and to do wonderful things without any hesitation. Therefore, Lancia undoubtedly thought of Isel as an influential adult lady who was also extremely popular. The protagonist embarrassedly thanked her friend for seeing her as such a person, after which she shifted her gaze to the prince and noticed that Ishmael also behaved absolutely like an adult young man. But he calmly explained that the whole point was that he had been an adult for a long time. The protagonist only thought about how strange it was that Ishmael did not want to recognize the fact that she was also old enough for her 8 years, although she was grateful that the guy, although he noticed her oddities, but did not ask her more and did not behave with her like a child. The girl then turned her attention to Carl, who was standing awkwardly behind the prince, and turned to him and thanked the young lord for his help. The awkward boy shuddered in surprise and confusedly asked that Isel did not thank him for such a favor, because he only did what he had to do. The protagonist couldn't let it go anyway that he had stood up for her without a shadow of a doubt. In addition, she said with a smile that if Carl had not intervened, the trouble would have been inevitable. Although the protagonist herself realized that the situation was not particularly dangerous for her, because at least Lancia was constantly followed by about a dozen knights responsible for her protection. So it was unlikely that the knights would just stand by while Piero's servants did something to her. But she was insanely happy to see the way her words pleased the little boy. Looking at his confused face, the protagonist began to doubt if he was definitely the cold-blooded protagonist of the novel. She still couldn't believe that such a shy boy would later become a man who would reek of coldness, and no matter how much she forced herself, she couldn't relate the two images. At that moment, Gladio entered their conversation, turning to his younger brother and Carl and asking them to go back to the palace. After that, he did not neglect the girls either, greeting them and rejoicing that they were unharmed. The frightened Lancia couldn't believe that the first prince really knew her and also knew her name. But the guy only smiled, wondering how he could not know Count Rogan's only daughter. Besides, the first prince admitted that he was worried that the young ladies might have been hurt, but now that he was sure they were safe and sound, he finally exhaled in relief. Isel calmly explained that it was all only because of young Mr. Byron, and Charles again tried to dispute Lady Spencer's words, explaining that he hadn't done anything special. But the first prince calmly explained that if Charles accepted the thanks, there was nothing wrong, and it was, on the contrary, a great virtue. Then, calming down a little, the boy looked carefully into Isel's eyes and confessed that he was sincerely glad that she was all right and unharmed. The protagonist bowed to Carl and explained that all of this was only possible because of him. Such a gesture clearly pleased the naive guy, and the two brothers stood awkwardly behind and watched this. But unfortunately, it was time to say goodbye, as it was long past the time for all three of them to return home. Carl was saddened by this news, but knew he had no choice, so he said goodbye to Isel, informing her that it was time for him to leave. The main character smiled calmly at the boy and promised that they would definitely meet again later, and this was not their last meeting. And these words clearly warmed his soul, because they gave him some hope. Suddenly, Carl had a thought, and he turned to the protagonist and asked her to stay a little longer. Then he explained that for a long time, he would not be able to go anywhere, because the descendants of the direct line of Byrons should about 10 years of unremitting service on the border. The protagonist was very surprised to hear this, and guessed that such a ritual is something like fulfilling the duties of national defense. Carl sadly informed her that unfortunately they would hardly see each other in the future, so he wanted to ask her something. After a bit of thinking, the boy got determined and asked that when he returned from the border, the protagonist marry him. The girl stood in shock, not knowing how to react to such words, and everyone else watching the situation just froze in mute horror, not knowing how to comment on it. The main character asked Carl if he meant what he said, because the boy had proposed to her too suddenly. But Carl calmly explained that his father had always said that if he met a man who would save his life, He should spend the rest of his life with that man, and it was a great happiness. Besides, Carl had never met a girl as stunning as the protagonist Isel in his entire life. Trapped in the body of a child, Isel only smiled awkwardly. She realized that those were too loud words for a child. After all, he had only lived 10 years on this earth. But Carl seemed to be as serious as could be. He explained that he had previously given a lot of thought to this decision and was completely serious. He had previously feared that he might not understand himself. But during the time he had spent in residence, he had constantly thought about Isel, and now she had completely filled all his thoughts. So all he wanted was for the protagonist to be his wife when he returned. Isel was slightly embarrassed at such words, and she didn't understand at all how she should react to such a situation. She realized that no matter how she looked at it, she was just a 10-year-old child. And at that age, it was hard to call it strange that a boy, who had fallen in love for the first time, was following a girl, saying that he would definitely marry her. And she was sure that he would definitely forget about it. So the protagonist with a smile agreed to become his wife, and then Carl's eyes were filled with incredible joy. But the protagonist explained that she had a few conditions, namely that Carl in 10 years should remember about this conversation, and the boy promised that he would never forget it. Isel knew that 10 years was a very long time, and was more than sure that he would just forget about her because of his important business. Besides, when the protagonist appeared on the horizon, Carl was unlikely to cast even a passing glance in her direction. But she was at least happy that she was able to become the protagonist's unrequited love as a child, which wasn't so bad anymore. But suddenly, reaching for his collar, the boy pulled out some silver crosses from behind it. As it seemed, they had been melted down from his very first sword. And he handed one of the crosses to the main heroine. Carl asked that the heroine keep it and keep each of these crosses with them, as a kind of promise. Then Carl, looking at Isel with even more confidence, explained that now it was time for him to go, and promised to meet her again, after which the boy went away. While the protagonist was looking after him, Lancia spoke to her and awkwardly informed her that they also had to go back. But she wasn't sure if Isel was okay after such a shock. But the protagonist was perfectly fine, because this situation didn't cause her any discomfort, but rather, even on the contrary, it was mortifying. Besides, she was sure that when they met again, Carl would not remember about this conversation. And in the end, Isel's prophecy came true 15 years later. Just then, the protagonist reminded the now grown-up Carl of his words, asking if he remembered them. But instead of a shadow of recognition, Carl's gaze was already oozing ice, and he pushed the protagonist's hand away. But she didn't react in any way, and only calmly explained that she wasn't offended if he forgot about it, because she didn't even hope that he would remember that conversation. At the very least, it had been about 15 years since that moment, and he could hardly even remember her face, much less her name. But it didn't matter much to Isel, because whether Carl remembered her or not, the content of her proposal would remain unchanged. Besides, now the boy could not refuse the agreement. But Carl looks at Isel unhappily and asks what guarantees she can give him to make him believe her words, though the girl clearly didn't understand what he meant. Carl thought it strange, because if, as the main character says, the end of the world does come, then many people will use it as an excuse to realize their dark deeds. And Carl doesn't know what kind of trust can be gained with just a paper in such a situation, because it's impossible to convince the Imperial Family and the Imperial Council based only on the words of Miss Spencer, whose status has no weight. After listening carefully to the young man, the protagonist realized how tricky a question he had asked. But still, she didn't give any sign and, smiling calmly, agreed with his words. But she pointed out two mistakes he had made. First, she was not Miss Spencer, but was Countess Spencer, and had legally inherited the title from her parents. Secondly, she didn't devise this plan alone, and she had helpers. Carl asked her to explain what she meant, but the protagonist calmly convinced him that the proposal she had made involved many interested parties and organizations that even Carl himself might have heard of. There were also very powerful people involved, like the Baskel family. Then the protagonist showed the boy an interesting thing. It was a cross studded with rubies, the symbol of the House of Basquiat. The protagonist calmly rose from her seat and explained that the Spencer family was a lateral line of the Basquiat family, and his lordship Duke Wahidman was her godfather. With a smile, the protagonist asked if that fact would be enough to confirm her ancestry. Carl grudgingly admitted that it would be more than enough, for it was not a noble family, but the House of Basquiel itself. But he couldn't believe that Duke Wahidman was somehow involved. After all, he, the Duke, who usually preferred to remain silent despite all the requests to cast his vote during the council meeting, was behind everyone's back for something like this. But the protagonist didn't end her monologue there. She explained that besides her connection with Wahidmanon, she was also doing business with a guild that had the same goal. After that, the protagonist planned to inform that on their side were also rebels, led by Archimachus Velen, but at the last moment realized that this news will not lead to anything good, as the rebels were for the Empire as an eyesore, so the whole conversation will be in vain. That's why the protagonist stopped in time and asked that she be supported by many people. But the guy had another question. He wondered what the protagonist wanted to get if she was willing to go that far. But the protagonist smiled, calmly approached the young man, and explained that this time he also made a small mistake in his question. She took his hand and then put the silver cross made from his first sword into it, and explained that in asking the question, Carl needed to know what he could get if he got involved in this case, rather than trying to find out what she would get. Whereupon she advised the man to think hard and waved him off and headed swiftly for the exit. Only after the door closed behind the protagonist, the guy finally looked at what the protagonist put in his hand and then finally saw his cross, which of course he recognized. And then it was as if a series of distant memories and guesses arose in his mind as to who the protagonist was. By that time, the protagonist had already managed to call her carriage and was quietly heading home, thinking about the conversation that had taken place. There, she met a servant, who happily remarked that the Countess had worked hard today and had done a lot of things. The girl only greeted the butler tiredly and asked if there were any messages about her teacher's arrival, but it turned out that there were no messages. Then the protagonist asked to be informed when any notification came. The butler listened attentively to the order and then suggested that the protagonist go to a hot bath. The girl thought for a while and realized that she could obviously use it because she needed to relax properly. The butler quickly gave the necessary orders for the maids to prepare everything quickly. About 20 minutes passed, and the protagonist was already lying in her bathtub, relaxing her muscles after such a hard day. She was still thinking about her meeting with Carl and couldn't believe that 15 years had really passed and that she was nearing the end of her long journey. Plus, it still amazed her that those 15 years were more than enough time for the shy, timid boy she knew to turn into a man full of coldness, just like in the original story. It was also this long enough to change the protagonist's situation. After all, 15 years ago, thanks to Duke Wahidman's assignment, the Spencers' business had expanded greatly. Flour mills and malt houses, which had been operating haphazardly, were grouped into one guild and placed under the management of the Spencer family. At the same time, the money earned allowed them to obtain more grain, thus increasing their market share. As a result, Wahidman personally supported Aizel, seeing that she had done a great job. As a result, using the information she had and Wahidman's influence behind her back, the protagonist was able to earn a huge amount of money, and with their help, she is now trying to prevent the end of the world. Although the protagonist was happy that she had achieved a lot, it still made her sad. After all she originally wanted was just to make a lot of money and live peacefully with her family. But events are going against her expectations. Earlier, she wasn't going to take such drastic steps, but now everything has changed because she doesn't want to die. She remembers the original novel. The original author of the plan to save the world was Wahidman, not Aizel. When Wahidman had conceived his project, Aizel had been one of the key figures in the plan, but now she had taken the lead and was in charge of the entire work. Suddenly, while she was sorting out the documents, a knock sounded in her office and she asked the butler to come in. The guy immediately greeted the Countess and suggested that she rest a bit and start eating, as the table was already set. The girl thanked the lad and promised that she would be down soon, and asked him to call Vesemir. After that, she sank back into her meditations. When she was returning home from the meeting with Carl, she met several people who were talking about the end of the world. And it seemed to the girl that in order not to cause panic, these people would be worth dealing with. As in the original work, holding the Guild of Ninetails, controlled information in the capital on the orders of Aizel. Vesemir's role was to use his influence to spread more peaceful and optimistic news by all means. But the protagonist's look became sadder when she looked at her butler and asked how her mother was feeling. The butler only sadly lowered his eyes and shook his head negatively, not knowing how to break the news. The protagonist sadly lowered her gaze. Her mother's health started to deteriorate little by little 2 years ago, and she finally went blind due to the severe cold. Although she was provided with good medicines and doctors, her health never recovered. And this is one of the reasons why, despite the fortune she had earned, Isel could not leave the place. Therefore, all she had to do was to order the butler to take good care of her mother. Although she knew that her father was constantly by her side, it was still hard for him to handle everything alone. The butler promised to carry out the order and remembered one more piece of news. In the morning, Miss Ermond arrived at the residence, and she invited the protagonist to dinner. The protagonist happily realized that it was an invitation from her friend, Lancia, so she decided to unwind and go. The butler promised to make all the necessary arrangements for her trip. As soon as the door closed behind him, the protagonist tiredly placed her hands on the table. She looked at her fingers, which were calloused because of the quill, and began to console herself, thinking that she had almost reached her goal. She wanted to get out of this annoying daily routine as soon as possible and settle somewhere quiet. Then her mom would be able to get better, and she would finally be able to have a good rest. But suddenly, the butler interrupted her thoughts again and awkwardly informed her that she had a guest. The girl raised a surprised look at him. She was not expecting anyone at this hour. Besides, everyone knew that if one came to her without making an appointment beforehand, she would refuse to receive him. But if she was reported to in this way, it was most likely a person who could not be ignored. So she asked to escort the guest to the reception room. But as soon as she entered the room, she froze in surprise. Archduke Karl was standing before her, and she didn't understand what the problem was if he had decided to show up in person. She asked him directly what made him make this unexpected visit, and whether it was possible that they had not agreed on some details of their plan during the last meeting, or that the man wanted to cancel the contract. Looking carefully at the girl before him, Karl addressed her by her full name as Countess Isel Latanya Spencer, but the protagonist stopped him, asking that he not use her full name with the title. Karl started the conversation then, exhaling quietly. He already realized that his words might sound like some sort of excuse, but still, it was better than continuing to save up misunderstandings. So he showed up. The protagonist did not understand at all what misunderstanding we were talking about and what the young man was trying to convey. But at that moment, he gently took her hand and explained that 5 years ago he had a serious accident, as a result of which he briefly fell into a coma. At that moment, because of the shock he had received, he had lost some of his memories. Handing the cross to the protagonist, Karl informed her that most likely the memories of Isel and the cross, as well as his past, had been lost due to his trauma. The protagonist looked at her cross in surprise, then looked at the young man, and his explanation seemed to change a lot of things in her mind. At this point, Karl didn't look as cold and confident as he had earlier. He told her that he had the exact same cross and had always worn it until he lost his memory. So seeing it in the Countess's possession, it seemed to him that perhaps it was some very valuable thing, and he tried with all his might to bring back the memories connected with that cross, as he considered them very important to him. Earlier, when he had thought about it, it was as if he were swimming in a deep sea, and no matter how hard he tried to think, nothing came to mind. But now, everything had changed. Then the protagonist, smiling embarrassedly, told Karl that she was very happy to hear his story. Seeing her smile, Karl smiled himself and awkwardly told her that he really wanted to meet Isel, and he was ashamed that he couldn't remember her right away. But the girl understood everything, as it wasn't his fault here, and it was all the problem of an accident. The protagonist, looking at the young duke, saw on his face traces of embarrassment, so she was sure that his memories returned only partially. But this did not bother her, for she had assumed from the beginning that he would forget her. So she wasn't hurt much by this news. But at this point, the guy explained that he was very guilty in front of the protagonist anyway, even if she could understand his situation with memory loss. But in any case, Karl had made her a very weighty promise and could not afford to forget about it. The protagonist couldn't understand what the story was about, but afterward, she remembered a scene from her childhood when an awkward boy asked her to marry him. The protagonist awkwardly tried to stop Karl, because she thought that then the little boy said these words only because of childish naivety. But Carl did not listen to the protagonist. He already knew that his act was very shameful on his part, and he realized that the protagonist could be very angry with him because he made her wait too long, in addition, forgetting about his promise. But then and now, that promise had been spoken with all its inherent seriousness, and was not a child's idle babble. The protagonist tried to stop the young duke and thanked him for all the warm words he had said. She was obviously honored that he still remembered the promise he had made to her, and she also expressed her gratitude that he remembered what had happened a long time ago, for surely the return of those memories had not been easy for him. But she explained to the duke that she was a countess and not Miss Spencer, which made it clear that she had a man to whom she was already engaged. These last words gave Carl a tremendous shock. Next, the author introduces us to the rules of this world and tells us that a woman in the empire cannot inherit a title because outdated laws passed 200 years ago barred the noble women of the empire from entering politics for 200 years since the founding of the empire. But the one who began to stand up for women's rights was Empress Louise, who convinced the emperor and parliament that noble women could also become legitimate successors to the family title. As a result, a law was passed allowing noble women to inherit the family title. But in return, conditions were imposed. The woman must be married or have a fiancé. While this is not full equality with men, who can inherit a title even without marriage, it is still a step forward from the era when a woman inheriting a title was something completely impossible. But now the protagonist, looking at Carl's shocked face, couldn't understand why he was so upset. After all, he was a little kid then, and she thought that his proposal was nothing more than a joke. Azel, she could not believe that he really remembered about his promise, which he made when he was 10 years old. During this time, the protagonist has already managed to send this memory to the shelf with all childhood memories, because no matter how you look at it, not 10 but 15 years have flown by. And all this time they had never crossed paths, and so naturally she thought they had both forgotten about everything. But now, looking at Carl, she wasn't sure he had forgotten everything. Azel asked if he was sure he was all right, and the boy assured her that he was fine, though it looked exactly the opposite. But then his gaze hardened dramatically, and he congratulated the protagonist on her engagement, albeit belatedly. The girl thanked him awkwardly. Then Carl inquired when they got engaged, and as it turned out, it was 2 years ago. Carl rewarded the protagonist with a stern, scrutinizing look and asked who her chosen one was. The girl, looking carefully at the Duke, realized that by his look, you can understand that it is clearly not worth answering this question. But still, stammering, she explained that her chosen one was the second son of Earl Burton Barrington, whose name was Lewis. Carl only grudgingly remarked that his name was too feminine, and he clearly didn't like the fellow anymore. Carl remarked that if the protagonist had gotten engaged to Lewis 2 years ago, it meant that there must be a wedding in the near future. But she calmly explained that she thought it was too soon to talk about it, because, as Carl knows, she has too much on her plate right now, although in fact the reason was completely different. Initially, the protagonist got engaged to Lewis only to inherit the title. The author explains that the Earl of Barrington, a longtime friend of the protagonist's father, had 2 sons. Unlike the older one, who chose the path of a knight, the second son, Lewis, was a very timid child. The Earl of Barrington, who wanted Lewis to be an easygoing and manly man, always tried to teach him to be strong, but failed miserably. And it was this child that Azel decided to involve in her machinations, for he was perfect for her. He was quiet, soft-spoken, and the same age as Azel, but most importantly, he was very smart. Azel appointed Lewis as her secretary, kept him to herself, and treated him very roughly. And of course, it was no surprise that a guy like Lewis agreed to a sham engagement to Azel. Azel promised that as soon as she finished her business, she would let him go. In his relationship with Azel, Lewis was like a poor prince held captive by an evil witch, and he desperately wanted to be free from his union with her. Day after day, he asked Azel for a favor to end things. So it was obvious that even if the sky split in half, there was no way the protagonist would actually marry Lewis. After this whole mess is over, she plans to break off the engagement rather than have a wedding. But she couldn't explain all that to Carl, so she calmly explained that she had many circumstances preventing her from having a wedding ceremony anytime soon. To her surprise, Carl whispered a comment that he was very happy to hear that, but the heroine didn't hear it. Still, Carl tactfully informed her that he would like to hear good news from the Countess soon. Besides, he promised to start working from this day on, signing the contract, which had been presented to the Parliament and intended to receive good reviews. And he was truly grateful to the Countess for her dedication and commitment. Afterwards, the protagonist asked not to be thanked and decided to walk the guy to the door and thanked her for the fact that Carl still took the time to meet with her. She was also grateful that the guy had accepted her offer, and she hoped that good results awaited them. Carl, on the other hand, hoped that now, after signing the contract, they would see the Countess often enough. The girl did not protest, although it seemed to her that there was no need for frequent meetings. At the moment when the protagonist wanted to open the door, suddenly Louis appeared in the reception room, and the protagonist almost crashed into him. Surprised, Louis asked why the girl was standing in front of the door, and the protagonist responded by grudgingly asking what he had going on if he came today, thinking that perhaps he had the day off and decided to check on her. At that moment, she heard Carl's angry voice. Therefore, she turned around sharply at the young duke. Indeed, he clearly looked very angry, and under his piercing gaze, Louis tensed and shook with fear. Whereupon Charles held out his hand and greeted Louis and introduced himself. Louis did exactly the same, although he was clearly uncomfortable under the attentive gaze of the young duke, and he did not know how to behave properly. But at some point, the man squeezed Louis's hand too hard and began to question whether he was really Isel's fiancé. The frightened lad confirmed the duke's assumption, but wondered if Charles Byron knew his fiancé. Whereupon Louis learned that they had known each other for as long as 15 years. The young earl fearfully began to apologize for not knowing this. The main character, looking at their altercation, did not understand what was going on at all. After that, she asked Louis what brought him here. As it turned out, he came to bring documents about the case that the girl wanted to settle. Besides, she herself had been hurrying him all last night to finish the report as soon as possible. Taking the documents in his hands, the protagonist was surprised at how quickly Louis dealt with everything, because she expected that he would drag this case to the last. But afterwards, Isel remembered that she had forgotten about Carl, so she offered to see him off and thanked him again for his visit and promised him that they would have great results. At this, they parted. Once outside the door, Carl realized that all his self-control had been completely shattered. He was clearly angry at the thought of this strange fiancé, and even remembering his face, Carl began to choke with anger. But he realized that if the wedding of Isel is not soon, then he also has a chance to get closer to her. Left alone, the protagonist looked unhappily at Louis and demanded to explain why he was here. He tried to justify himself by saying that he had only come to give the documents, but the protagonist did not believe his words because they had known each other for so many years, and she would not fall for such a thing. So it was obvious that Louis wanted to discuss something with her, but the guy kept silent and said that he absolutely did not want to talk about anything. But the heroine did not believe him. Then Louis admitted that he really just came to give the documents. After all, despite the fact that before he was quite irresponsible and without end lying down and resting, now he had changed. Plus, the weather was marvelous outside and he was free, so he finished everything faster. But the protagonist, looking over her fiancé carefully, wanted to make sure that he was definitely not in any trouble. And Louis, with tears of resentment in his eyes, didn't realize what benefit he could get from this lie. Besides, he was madly upset, for he had been in a great hurry to finish his report to Isel as soon as possible. But instead of praise, they started questioning him. He was sad that Isel was seeing him so distrustful. Isel awkwardly started to make excuses for the guy, explaining that it wasn't about that at all, and she just thought it was strange that he was suddenly so responsible. Louis then apologized for acting so suspiciously and realized that next time he shouldn't have to do his job on short notice. The protagonist fearfully apologized to Louis and offered closure herself. She realized that she had really yelled at the guy for nothing, and probably the reason for her oversensitivity was that the closer it got to that very X day, the more often her nerves started to give out. But instead of understanding, Louis defiantly turned away and strode toward the exit. It became obvious that the guy was clearly angry, and the protagonist continued to apologize to him and promised that she would never doubt him again. And Louis, turning to Isel for the last time, asked her to forget about this situation. because such a pathetic boy like him should go home and not interfere with her important work. The protagonist looked at him with embarrassment and regret, although she could not remember when she had ever called him pathetic. On the way home, Lewis remembered the confused look on Isel's face. It was rare to see her like that. Usually, she wouldn't even raise an eyebrow when dealing with business matters. Therefore, seeing her so confused, Lewis was really happy and laughed. But suddenly his expression changed and became much more serious and cold. He calmly turned back and asked the pursuer why he was here. Then, the unknown man stepped out from behind the tree trunk and explained that since Lewis was late for the meeting, many people started asking if something bad had happened, so he came to check. The unidentified man was glad that Lewis was okay. The guy calmly explained that he was just about to go to the meeting, but something strange happened on the way. As he was about to go to the meeting, from his window he noticed Duke Carl wandering down the street. Even looking at his appearance, it wasn't hard to figure out who he was. After all, he had golden eyes like a wild beast that looked at him like a rival. In addition, his silver hair gave him away. Lewis knew very well that Duke Byron was at the head of the Black Lions, and judging from his seriousness, it was not an idle rumor. Therefore, Lewis decided to review the Duke's role in detail. The unknown man calmly informed Lewis that this was not an easy task, though the Archduke's role in their plan was by no means insignificant. But Lewis gave his subordinate a hard look and ordered him to remedy the situation. The subordinate silently informed his master that his order would be carried out. By this point, it was time for the protagonist to meet her friend, so she, cheered up, calmly got out of the carriage and headed to the meeting place with Lancia. At that moment, the girl happily ran out to meet her friend and, hugging her, greeted her, as they had not seen each other for a very long time. But the protagonist awkwardly reminded Lancia that they had met her only 4 days ago. Lancia was already taking this time disastrously because she wanted to spend every day with Isel. The main character only smiled awkwardly and said that because of Lancia's behavior, her father was always asking her to stay with her for a while. Her father, Count Zakald, had given up trying to stop Lancia, who had been following Isel around since she was a young girl. Even though Lancia was past the age of marriage, she ignored the men who were matchmaking for her. Therefore, the Earl had to seriously worry that his lineage might finally be interrupted on his only daughter. The protagonist thought it rather strange, because there were so many people who said that they liked Lancia, who grew up so beautiful like a doll. Therefore, Isel couldn't even imagine that the Count would be worried about something like this. Lancia calmly explained to Isel that it wasn't the first time her father had said such things, and asked her friend not to worry about it, and suggested that she go inside for a snack, since the servants had already set the table. When the protagonist entered the dining room, there was a variety of dishes waiting for her. Lancia realized that the last time they had eaten together was a long time ago. The protagonist, thinking about it, realized that it was really true, because every time they met, they just drank tea, and so just sitting at the table and enjoying a meal, they have not spent time for a long time. At the meal, Lancia asked her friend what her father was doing now, as he was hardly ever home. The protagonist knew that as the Bascleys expanded their business, it was only natural that the Ernman family would join in. Zakald, who was a nobleman from the border region, came with his family to the capital. Thanks to this, Lancia was able to stay here even when she reached adulthood. Also, as it turned out, the girl happened to have heard about the job that the protagonist assigned to him. Her father said that it was not the easiest job. In addition, Lancia noticed that Isel also became very busy, so she constantly looks very tired. The protagonist calmly explained that her job was the same as others. Right now, she was worried that the weather had suddenly started to change, and the guilds were already warning about monsters they had never seen before. In addition, incidents and accidents were happening so often lately that everyone was going crazy over it. So logically, the number of cases has increased. Lancia, hearing this, was shocked and didn't know how to react, so she supported her friend in her work. Afterwards, over tea, she decided to bring up another topic, namely that Lancia was worried that there had been serious disruptions in the supply of tea recently. Around here, they say that the blame for this is the drastically worsening weather, which is bad for the growth of tea leaves. Isel wondered, had all the tea she had brought last time already run out? But it turned out that there was still a decent amount of tea left. Lancia tried to use it as sparingly as possible. Isel told her not to worry about it, because as soon as Lancia needed more, she would bring more tea. Since the protagonist knew that the market would soon be facing a shortage of tea leaves, she had stocked up on a huge amount of different kinds of tea and enchanted it so that the tea leaves wouldn't spoil for a few more years. Thus, the protagonist was able to earn a huge amount of money from it. But suddenly Lancia told the girl that she had recently experienced terrible regret. As it turned out, the reason was that if Lancia was a man, she would definitely want to tie herself to the bonds of marriage with the protagonist. After all, Isel, in her opinion, was smart, amazing, in addition had a restrained, soft character. She was also beautiful and terribly rich, therefore she was literally perfect for every man. Looking at the reaction of the main character, Lancia realized that the girl reacted like that every time she was showered with compliments, and she thought it was really very funny and cute. After that, Lancia decided to change the subject and confessed that lately she was literally dying of boredom because her parents were hardly ever at home and Isel was constantly busy. So they often drank tea and went home, and she would very much like to return to childhood when everything was very different, because it was fun to go to the market and walk after classes. But Lancia did not forget to mention the Banquet family and asked if Isel had heard the latest news. Isel obviously didn't understand why her friend's tone was so cryptic and why she had abruptly decided to speak in a whisper. Lancia calmly asked if the protagonist remembered Raven, Gerald's son. But it would be strange if the protagonist forgot him, because it was hard to forget a child who had managed to cause such a commotion in the whole academy, and all the events related to him were firmly imprinted in her memory. It seemed that 7 years ago, when Gerald inherited the title of Earl, he and Raven were banished to the outskirts of the country. But rumor had it that in fact, Gerald himself had long since passed away. The protagonist couldn't believe what she was hearing. She didn't know that such a rumor had spread among the aristocrats. But most of the nobles were surprised that Gerald died quietly in his bedroom, as if he had just fallen asleep. Many said he died of a chronic illness he had suffered from for a long time. But there were very different rumors going on behind the backs that he was killed by Raven. Some say that someone switched Gerald's medication, while others say that Raven was seen leaving his father's bedroom on the day of his death. The protagonist was horrified by such gossip, but she thought it was nothing more than rumors. She couldn't imagine killing her own father. Lancia had picked up on the fact that the relationship between the two was so bad that after such rumors appeared, many people believed that it could have been like that. Upon reflection, the protagonist realized that Lancia was right. Raven and Gerald's relationship wasn't like a family bond. The relationship between them was to the point of being so terrible that even Isel might have thought that those rumors were true. Remembering the incidents of long ago, the protagonist didn't want to delve into this topic and just wanted to forget about these two. So she suggested to close the topic because she and Raven were not in the right relationship to get involved. Lancia agreed, though it bothered her that Isel seemed completely uninterested in it. But the girl didn't see why she should worry about such a thing. She could lie and say she didn't care at all, but really, this whole situation wasn't important enough to distract from what she was doing right now. So she suggested that her friend talk about more important things, because no matter how Raven's fate turned out, it had nothing to do with her. Next, the author carries over a story about people who believe in the apocalypse and explains that such people have existed in all times. So when the first cold wind blew through the solar empire and invisible monsters appeared that never disappeared, people started to create pseudo-cults. And there were even those who began to give money to these cults. But even among these cults, Preacher Isel was by far the most unique creature. In the square, the preacher would address passers-by and warn them of the end of the world. To confirm his words, he suggested that they look at the sky, which used to be clear and warm, but was now filled with cold, because of which grain froze and did not grow, and trees bent in the wind, because of which there was not enough firewood. All these misfortunes, in his opinion, were signs of the end of the world and the Last Judgment. However, he asked not to be afraid of the approaching judgment, because the Great Arcade will remember all those who were present here, and on the Day of Judgment, all his followers will be saved. Hearing this, the protagonist realized that of all the sermons, this was the most delusional, and no person would believe that God was so unencumbered that he was able to observe and memorize the face of everyone present. However, there were people who believed it. The world works that way. so of course one wants to believe what is said. But there were also those who had very different reasons for this belief. Suddenly, a man declared that as proof of their rightness, they had brought a great quantity of grain and clothing, and all this was the favor of the great god Arkad, and the fruit of a faith designed to save the common people. The people shouted that they believed in this god. The man was clearly pleased at the wonderful believers he had found, and asked everyone not to give up hope and just keep believing in Arcade, for only this faith would bring them salvation and rescue them from hell. He asked all the people to come through to take each one a bundle of grain and clothes that had been prepared for them. At this point, the preacher turned around, noticing the money-filled bag that contained his paycheck for his work, and joyfully continued his sermon. He asked that from now on, everyone who believed his words, wherever they went, would say that they were believers of the Keliuma Church. In addition, the man pointed out that they could keep their original faith and join the current, for they practiced polytheism. As he listened to this, the nine-tailed man asked Isel what she thought of the man, but she only smiled and wondered where Vesemir had gotten such a man, for he did have an incredible ability to touch people with a word. It was the kind of talent that was characteristic of the famous politicians of the day, but as it turned out, this man was a fraudster in the past, and he had previously run financial pyramids in a foreign country. His oratorical skills were so great that those who became his victims paid him at least a four-figure sum. So he was a wanted man, but he was caught crossing the border and imprisoned. It was then that Isel wondered if he could escape now, or if perhaps he was hiding his accumulated money somewhere. But Vesemir thought that was unlikely, for although the man was obsessed with money, he valued his life too much. Besides, he had been caught several times while fleeing, and had been shot repeatedly. But now he has already given up, and is trying his best to do his job. He gets paid a lot of money, so he doesn't seem to have any complaints right now. Plus, he himself has let Isel see that being a preacher is his true calling. Ninetails also felt that he was suited for the role of a religious leader, and lately the man wasn't even particularly interested in money, so Vesemir was sure that Isel had nothing to worry about. The girl was indeed very pleased with the result, and she was once again convinced that asking Vesemir for help had been a great idea. Ninetailed thanked the protagonist for the praise, but wondered why she was doing all this, because if she wanted to make money, there would be a line of people who would bring a box of gold coins to buy grain. So he didn't see the point of doing something like that. But the protagonist only smiled wistfully and plunged into her thoughts. She remembered the god the nine-tailed man believed in. His god was evil. It was a goddess who was followed by those who made a living by lying and betrayal. And if there was a religious organization that followed such a deity, it was persecuted and its followers were treated as heretics. But because all of Isel's businesses were legal and operated within the law, there was no suspicion of doing business with a religious organization. For this reason, once her association with a cult was found, it wasn't even considered a threat. After a bit of thought, the protagonist explained that the cult was just her insurance, and thus, she was ensuring herself a peaceful life without disturbances in society. When the world falls apart, there will be riots, because all sorts of freezing and starving people will start to lose hope. And if a riot breaks out, the Empire, which was supposed to be busy fighting monsters, will have to spread its forces to the citizens as well. And this cult was created to prevent that, because humans were much more like animals than Vesemir thought. The man absolutely did not understand what the protagonist meant, but she explained that people are more likely to believe in a god who gives them an extra piece of bread in their hands than in a god who only gives them hope. In this sense, this church met all the requirements. They were able to alleviate hunger and cold and gave hope for the salvation of the world by distributing grain and clothing. Even such a small amount of help may well have prevented riots. Other denominations might accuse them of heresy, but it didn't matter. In any case, this is the kind of religious organization that will eventually be disbanded. But creating a religious organization is not an end in itself. The main thing is that people don't rebel. But lately, too many nobles have been trying to get close to them. At first they made contact, saying they would buy grain and clothes, but now they are asking to do business with them, or tell them where they get their grain from. There are even some nobles who are threatening to do something illegal. It seemed as if there would be no such people, but they turned out to be more unscrupulous than she expected. For now, The protagonist continues to remain silent. But if things continue in the same vein, she fears that at some point the nobles will show up with soldiers and take away even the distributed food. Besides, there are rumors that tobacco has been in short supply for a long time, so since it's a big problem and there's a shortage of tobacco now, the nobles who haven't been able to quit smoking will start going crazy. The protagonist then asked about how much grain was left in the church's stockpile. Ninetails explained that there was still plenty of grain, about 2 warehouses full to the brim. Then the protagonist suggested opening one of the warehouses and starting to win the favor of the representatives of other denominations, who must be suffering because they can't even buy bread with the incoming donations. Vesemir suspected that the protagonist wanted to win over the other denominations and the church to her side, since the nobles have a deep relationship with this very church. The protagonist knew that if you fight every nobleman, you could easily lose. But if you win the favor of the church, they can control the nobles themselves. And since they are deeply connected to the high nobility, the other denominations would serve as a shield. Besides, Azel was planning to distribute the grain to others anyway, so she didn't see anything wrong with speeding up the process slightly. But looking at the children running, Azel began to wonder if the people here could survive when the world was destroyed. Vesemir didn't hold out any good hopes, so he suspected that most likely all of these people would die. The protagonist was upset by this fact, but she tried to accept it. A couple of days passed, and the protagonist set off again, and after a couple of hours of the road, she found herself near the palace and asked the butler to point out where the Duke was. As it turned out, the man had been waiting for the protagonist in the study for a long time. She wondered with a smile why she had asked about his whereabouts. After all, Wahidman was always in the study. He was a man who had spent his whole life doing nothing but work, and even his leisure time was spent in his study. They went further into the palace, and the servant decided to escort the countess out. The protagonist, who had long ago learned the way, calmly went to the study, and then knocked. The butler, watching her, thought that no matter how many times he met with Azel, she constantly amazed him. She was most likely the only person in this mansion who could enter his lordship's study without waiting for an answer, making it look as if the man was fine with such disrespect. As soon as Azel entered, Wahidman took his eyes off his business and greeted her. He politely pointed out that the girl had to travel a long way to get to him. The protagonist, with a smile, asked to leave these formalities because they had a lot of business to attend to. And far more important was whether Wahidman was all right now. The Duke asked why she was interested in something like that, but she sadly informed that such pretense and fake smile could not fool her. The heroine noticed a glass with ice on the table, and smelling the contents, she realized it was alcohol. The Duke awkwardly exhaled and explained that sometimes he also had moments when he just wanted to have a glass or another. But Azel found this explanation very strange, because in front of her was a man who never drank or smoked during working hours, and she didn't understand why he was suddenly drawn to alcohol. Besides, judging by the pungent odor that hit her nose, it was strong alcohol. Wahidman, seeing the protagonist's attentive gaze, explained that sometimes he considered it appropriate to drink 1 glass of whiskey to get rid of useless emotions. The protagonist sadly realized that by useless emotions, he meant the emotions of losing her son. So she wondered if Wahidman felt a sense of responsibility for what had happened. The man calmly took his whiskey and explained that he didn't quite understand what regrets Isaiah was talking about and what she meant. But the protagonist calmly explained that it was Wahidman who had sent Sir Gerald away from the ducal residence. So she asked if he felt responsible for what had happened, or perhaps just regretted something. Wahidman confidently told the girl that he regretted nothing, and for sure she knew it herself, so he did not understand the meaning of the question asked. Then the protagonist snatched the glass from him and explained that she really knew a lot. That's why she was asking him about it. Isel during this time managed to realize that the Duke in a normal state would not behave like this. The man, who had previously looked at the girl coldly, only smiled, noticing how much she had grown during this time, since she dared to snatch the glass from his hands. The protagonist only glanced at her godfather and noticed that he had aged a lot. He only sadly agreed with her words, and realized that perhaps that was why he was immersed in silly emotions over a glass of alcohol, because now he was in a situation he had never imagined before. Besides, he had always known very well that he would probably never see his son again after sending him away, and he assumed that his son would never want to meet him because he was the kind of vain and proud guy. Even the fact that he couldn't see his son even after his death didn't sadden him that much. However, he was very sad that he was killed by his own son. So, when asked by the protagonist if he was sorry, Wahidman honestly admitted that he was sorry because he shouldn't have sent Raven away with Gerald, and he should have left Raven here to personally follow him. But he didn't, for which he regretted, because a boy who hated his father more than anyone else could have done anything, and Wahidman should have seen it coming. The protagonist sadly remarked that it had not yet been proved for certain that it was his own son who had killed Gerald, but the Duke only smiled sadly and explained to the protagonist that he knew for sure that it was Raven who had killed his own father and headed for the Keliagor Plateau. The protagonist listened to those words in shock. She knew the name very well, for the Keliagor Plateau was a sacred land of monsters, a place where monsters run rampant, and the coming of the Demon King was said to have occurred. To go there was tantamount to signing your own death warrant. Wahidman has no idea what Raven was thinking as he headed toward the plateau, but he had no reason to travel so far to commit suicide. The protagonist suspected that Wahidman was implying that someone had given Raven help, and that person or demon was specifically on Keliagor. But instead of answering the question, he simply informed the protagonist of the harsh reality that there was a spy in their inner circles, and had been for quite some time. Events take us to the beginning of the end of the world. Darkness descended upon the clear skies. Then, across the continent, those in power simultaneously revealed the secrets they had been hiding until then. The same thing happened to their empire. Naturally, the continent split apart. The world seemed shattered. Then, Archduke Byron embarked on a military campaign at the head of an 800,000-strong allied army. At the same time, in the sea, Archimagus Velen gained the trust of the pirates to join the war. In addition, the trade alliance centered around the Spencer family had invested a huge amount of money in recruiting mercenaries scattered across the continent, and their numbers ranged somewhere in the neighborhood of 500,000. They headed towards the plateau and rushed to destroy the advancing hordes of demonic monsters and save the world from the Demon King. However, contrary to the thought that the war would end in no time, it turned out to be quite lengthy. The Empire supplied supplies several times, but the already scarce supplies were quickly running out. The Empire was in its fourth Prodrazverstvo, and the people of the Empire were dying of hunger and cold. The nobles, perhaps to some extent, felt subconsciously that the war was already lost, so they were busy hiding their money and grain. Moreover, the treasury of the Imperial Palace was empty, and there was no money to fill it. That was when the first Prince of Gladio realized that it would most likely end up like this for him. It was a war that started with enthusiasm. They even enlisted the support of the Spencers and Byrons, so the first prince was confident that victory was theirs. But it turned out to be exactly the opposite. At the next council, Emperor Gladio was told that the damage caused by the frequent Prodrazvershki was significant, and now, no matter what they said to the nobles, they would not give up their supplies so easily. Then the emperor suggested buying up grain with government bonds, but the treasurer explained to him that government bonds also had a limit. They also checked every merchant and guild to see if they were hiding supplies, but it was confirmed that they only had a meager amount available. Even if money appeared, it was unlikely that there would be a place to get provisions. Gladio didn't understand what he should do. He couldn't believe that his top advisors were suggesting that they just sit there silently and watch, because he didn't want to let millions of soldiers in faraway lands starve to death. Listening to his desperate cry, the advisors simply remained silent, for they had no ideas in such a situation. And Gladio himself felt unbearable, not knowing what to do. Then the suggestion was made to take supplies from the church. After all, there had been many stories recently about a church worshipping a goddess, and this church was distributing food. Therefore, if they confiscated supplies from them, it could solve the problem that had arisen to some extent. The aristocrats stood up for the church and were against this decision, because these people were the ones who helped the common people through charity work. This factor was very important and made it possible to prevent riots from occurring. However, it was impossible to predict what would happen if this connection was broken. That's when serious disagreements arose. Some people thought that the riots didn't matter at all now, because if they lost the war soon, the capital would be devastated. so it was more important to keep the soldiers safe now. But the others realized that if a riot started, the rest of the fall would go even faster, and it was unlikely that the aristocrats wanted to see their heads ripped off before the war was won. At this point, tired of listening to all this misunderstanding, the emperor slammed his fist on the table with force and ordered everyone to stop the buffoonery. But suddenly, he was interrupted by Duke Wahidman. He calmly explained that he had some proposal that could solve all their worries, and he hoped that if this solution pleased everyone, they would accept it regardless of the content. The emperor looked at the man with interest and asked the chancellor what method he was talking about. Then he calmly explained that they had an investor, a person who could allocate a huge amount of supplies. But that man would not sell his supplies for money, for it was not money and investment that he wanted. But in his case, it is not implied that this man wants a prominent place in the political sphere or just some title. He has only 3 conditions. One is to recognize and accept the new religion, the Church of Keleuma, as the state religion. The other demands are similar to the one voiced. So the chancellor was curious as to what the emperor thought about it. The emperor was hesitant about making this religion the state religion. After all, the official religion of the empire had remained unchanged for hundreds of years. The high priest, the head of the state religion, participated in imperial events and was the person who could place the crown on the emperor's head. Therefore, in reality, such a demand was truly absurd. But when the country was about to fall, there was no use for a state religion. Moreover, there was information that the current state religion was corrupted because of its connection with the aristocrats. So, after briefly thinking, Gladio agreed, noting that something like that was not difficult to accomplish, and asked about the other 2 conditions. The chancellor explained that the remaining conditions were similar to the previous one. They were simply conditions that required His Majesty's decision and did not pose any serious problems for the empire's security. But the emperor calmly explained that he wanted to discuss the conditions first and then make a decision afterward. Then, after giving it some thought, the chancellor decided to voice these decisions. And for this, he snapped his fingers, inviting the right person into the room and saying that the emperor needed to hear all the data from the person directly concerned. Then the emperor looked in shock at the girl who entered, not believing that it was her he was meeting. In front of him stood Lancia, who introduced herself to everyone present. At this time, the protagonist was sitting quietly in her office. She had just received a letter that contained information about Elias, the heroine who had disappeared from the radar after their meeting as children, who had never been found by Isel until that day. The protagonist opened the letter with a report from a 9-tailed man who said that it would take much longer to find the girl. He was looking for her according to the information given by the protagonist, but so far there were no results, and he felt as if he was at a dead end. The girl couldn't believe that even despite the information Ninetails had, and despite the deeds of his information network, the girl was too difficult to find. Ninetails was the very person who was aware of even what the Emperor had for breakfast today. For him, finding one person is the easiest thing in the world, but he says that it is very difficult. The protagonist did not understand why everything is so complicated, because she just did not want this world not to be destroyed, and just wanted to continue her existence. And her plans clearly didn't include something like a declaration of love from Carl. That's why she needed a protagonist, because she was the only one Carl could accept, forgetting about his obsession with Isel. But she never showed up. The heroine remembered the story where Elias is the character that Carl will love with all his heart and soul. But suddenly, turning to the window and seeing that the moon was already shining brightly above the horizon, the girl realized that her friend was very late. Lancia had left early in the morning, so Isel had expected her to return somewhere at a similar time, or even earlier. Besides, Wahidman had worked out a detailed plan in advance, so all that was left was to go and lay out the terms, then get the contract. But she'd been gone too long. Isel was already beginning to doubt that it was a good decision to send Lancia on such a mission. But the protagonist had made investments through Carl before, and in this case, she wanted to keep it confidential so as not to be suspicious, although she realized that the truth will come out anyway. But right now, she doesn't want to publicize her involvement because she's already made 2 investments for no reason, and shows up exactly when she needs to. She has no desire to become a slot machine from which anything can be pulled. That's why she sent Lancia, to hide her identity for a while. although she was intimidated by this meeting with the Emperor, but since Vahidman is there, Aizel knows there won't be any problems. After some more thought, the girl rose from her seat, realizing that she needed to go make sure her friend was all right. But at that moment the door opened and a crying Lancia flew into the office, running to her friend. And the protagonist exhaled happily, realizing that the girl was okay after all. Then Lancia, without wasting a second, ran to the protagonist and enclosed her in a hug. The protagonist, hugging the sobbing girl, tried to understand if there was a problem and what happened to her friend. But she, shaking and crying, explained that everything went well. Aizel absolutely could not understand what had happened that made her cry so much. But Lancia could not calm down in any way. She continued to sob, unable to utter a single word. Afterwards, she confessed that she was really scared. Afterward, during the conversation, she explained that it was the first time she had spoken in front of such a large crowd of people. Besides, they were all high-ranking nobles, and she really thought she would die of fear. And the protagonist exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing that that was the only problem. Aizel had originally sent Lancia there, figuring that her excitement wouldn't play much of a role. But it had turned out to be exactly the opposite. Still, the girl asked Lancia not to cry, as she was the one who needed to apologize for putting her in such a stressful situation, after which she helped her to wipe her tears. But Lancia explained that everything was fine. She didn't regret anything, but she was very surprised to be there. Aizel praised her friend sincerely, but promised that she would not send her alone to such places from now on, though she had really done well and worked hard. After calming down, Lancia reached into her bag and pulled out a stack of papers. She explained that she had done everything the protagonist had asked for, and just as Aizel had previously expected, the Emperor had given his approval. A look of satisfaction appeared on his face. The rest of the assembly had no problems or questions. The protagonist happily looked over the signed contract and again praised Lancia, who had done an excellent job. The girl was very happy, which was obvious, but Lancia said that Aizel was exaggerating her merits. The satisfied girl herself looked over the signed contracts and realized that all the preparations had been completed, and it was time to put an end to this long, grueling war. She honestly said that she had always been annoyed by the hot summer before, but now she even missed it. So she suggested that after it was over, they should go to the sea. And Lancia gladly agreed. Summer was about 6 months away. Intuition told Aizel that it was time to put an end to this terrible Cold War, and she confidently told her friend that it was long past time to end this protracted winter. In time, the cold blizzard that froze the air and shrouded the world in white quietly and slowly passed away, and spring came. Flowers that were hard to see even in the greenhouse began to sprout, and the bare branches of the trees turned green. The harsh winter was coming to an end, as if sending a signal that the war was over. The cold was gone, and from the sky, where nothing but snow had fallen, came the rain of flowers. And about that time came the news of the war. Aizel, frowning, looked at the papers and literally could not believe what she was seeing. The war had been lost, and she couldn't understand how it had happened. She thrashed around the room in terror and screamed, not knowing what to do. She thought that they would surely win this war, for the cold was gone. Every now and then she saw individual troop units marching in the opposite direction. Wahidman was also spinning like a squirrel because of the business that had piled up, and in fact had almost taken up residence in the Imperial Palace. So, intuitively, Aizel began to assume that the war had ended in victory, but the result turned out to be defeat. It was simply impossible after all. They had invested so much money to support the war, and it had all turned out to be for nothing. So she, putting on her jacket, abruptly took off from her seat. The butler could not understand whether the protagonist would even miss the meal, but she sharply declared that she did not care about food now, and demanded to immediately prepare a carriage so that she could go to the Byron mansion. The butler immediately carried out the order. The protagonist soon burst into her godfather's mansion, asking what was even going on. But he calmly looked the girl over, explaining that what she had seen in the report was the pure truth, and the war was indeed lost. But the protagonist did not understand how it happened. As it turned out, it was because of the emergence of internal conflict, because of the traitor. Such a reason plunged the girl into complete shock. But Wahidman could not give her any more details, because he was also not there, and so he suggested that Isel go and ask everything directly from the incumbent. The girl looked at Wahidman in bewilderment and asked who exactly he was referring to. But suddenly there was a knock at the door, and on the threshold appeared a very tired and gaunt Carl. The heroine did not understand what he was doing here, for he was supposed to be leading the soldiers now. But Carl tiredly greeted the protagonist. She asked him what he was doing here, and where the blood on his clothes came from, and where the soldiers he was supposed to be leading were. He calmly explained that he had returned to the city early in the morning because he wanted to report the situation in advance. The protagonist immediately sensed the strange atmosphere around him, as well as the great deep fatigue in his voice. In addition, it was obvious that he hadn't slept for a long time, looking at his dark circles under his eyes. But she asked what had happened and why they had lost. Perhaps the army's supply was inadequate, or she suspected that perhaps a lot of soldiers had died. The guy explained that everything was plentiful, and just 2 months ago they had won battle after battle, reaching the plateau where the Demon King's castle was said to be located. Then the protagonist had another question. What happened when they were doing well? But Wahidman pronounced that it was all suspicious and that it was all about rebellion. The protagonist, frightened, turned back and forth between him and Carl, waiting for some explanation. Carl explained that among the Allied troops, there were those who had colluded with the Demon King. The battles in which they had gained the upper hand had ended in defeat, and the end was sabotage. All the provisions for the army had been burned. Moreover, some commanders sided with the Demon King, but the protagonist looked at Wahidman in despair, trying to understand what this means for them. After all, if the war was lost, it meant that they would all die. And she didn't understand how the knights could take such a step without thinking of the consequences. Wahidman suspected that the knights must have received something or been promised some privilege, such as money, power, or some kind of strength. In any case, the items they might be interested in could be listed ad infinitum. Besides, the nobles who acted as an allied force returned to their usual status after the war, but if they joined the Demon King, they could gain much more. Wahidman had seen a few of them even before the battle, but they never thought that there would be so many traitors. The war didn't move for a whole month. The Demon City was already short of soldiers, and they were short of supplies. Both sides found themselves limited in what they could do. Eventually, they agreed to a temporary truce. But the protagonist couldn't understand what defeat they were talking about then if Carl was now reporting a truce, because truce and defeat are completely different things. Defeat means the end of the world, but what about a truce? As it turns out, they're still discussing the details of the ceasefire right now, and that will be coordinated with the leaders of the Allied forces. The main character was clearly not satisfied with something like a truce, because there is hardly a single novel in which the Demon King will live with people in peace. There's only one of two things. Either the Demon King dies, or the humans are destroyed. The protagonist asked the reason why the Demon King came to offer a truce. She did not understand how this could happen in this world, because she would be satisfied with anything but this truce. After all, it could hardly be called existence at all. But suddenly, the girl wondered what would happen to her now. So turning to Wahidman, she inquired about her land, the plateau occupied by the Demon King. After all, it was her land. A demand had been made to the emperor for the plateau, which had no strategic or commercial value. Isel had managed to attract numerous investors on the condition that a granary would be built on this vast wasteland. But now, if they failed to get this plateau, collapse and bankruptcy would come for her. So she cried out fearfully that they simply could not be allowed to let her borrower status deteriorate. Isel's original grand plan began with acquiring the devastated plateau after the end of the war, as it was often mentioned in the original work as a treasure trove of natural goods. Although it was a barren land where not a single blade of grass grew, trees and grass sprouted in full bloom after the end of the war. The leftover fruits and greens that had fallen to the ground, leftovers from the soldiers' lunch, began to sprout, turning into greenery. Knowing this fact, Isel planned a massive project, attracting multiple investors and merchants. Now that the war came to a ceasefire, all the efforts were in vain. Therefore, the girl did not understand how such a thing was even possible. A war in which the goal of both sides was the complete subjugation of the opponent, and peace was only possible after the fall of one of their worlds. She thought that everything would end in one of two ways: Either all humans would die, or the Demon King would die. Those were the rules for the survival of the country. Therefore, the girl wanted to remember at least one novel where a truce was reached with the Demon King. The protagonist didn't realize that she could settle a lot of problems. If there was a problem of lack of supplies, she has leftovers for charity. If more troops were needed, she also had the ability to recruit soldiers. But the war was over before those preparations could be utilized. And with this vague truce, if they had been defeated, they could have gathered supplies again, started the war. But since it was a truce, it was unlikely that war would resume. So the girl was in utter despair, not knowing what she should do now. She noticed the letters lying on her desk. They were letters sent early in the morning by investors who had heard the news of the truce. And looking at them, the protagonist realized that it was probably easier for her to run than to solve these problems. But she tried to convince herself that it wasn't too late to do something. Moreover, there was no guarantee that the investment would pay off. There was nothing in the contract that said anything about investors being guaranteed the principal of the investment. Even if she suffered a loss, it would not be a big problem. However, the protagonist was disappointed that she was personally gathering all these investors and claiming that she would bring them profits. It turns out she would be branded a fraud, which means huge monetary compensation, jail time, and the end of her relationship with any investors. But the protagonist couldn't believe it would end so abruptly. Lewis entered the room and turned to Isel, but she angrily yelled at him. The guy was very much frightened, not understanding what found on the protagonist, and she only grudgingly demanded that he explain why he came here at all. But afterwards, he explained that today was his working day. The protagonist didn't know what he was talking about, and Lewis awkwardly said that his working days were included in his employment contract. Seeing Isel's irritation, Lewis asked her what was going on because she was too irritated. But she only calmly asked what Lewis thought about the outcome of this war, for they were dealing with a truce without any end. Lewis sadly realized that the investors would now demand some kind of answer from the protagonist, but he had no thoughts on the matter. Besides, the protagonist's affairs were far worse than she thought, for Lewis had heard that a demand had been made for an oversight of the protagonist. The protagonist nervously began biting her nails from the stress, thinking about the fact that surveillance was too bad to be true. After all, it is a system that keeps tabs on debtors or businessmen to prevent them from escaping. Lewis, seeing his friend's condition, wanted to comfort her and informed her, most likely, the people coming up with this know absolutely nothing about Isel if they thought that even in such a situation she could escape. But the protagonist grudgingly remarked how these people had figured out her plan so quickly. Then she quickly gathered up all the letters and burned them, asking Lewis when exactly she would be supervised. He suggested that it would probably be from the next day, and the girl realized that in that case, she had plenty of time to escape. While she was packing her anxious suitcase, suddenly the butler burst into the room and reported the problem. But the protagonist ignored him, informing him that the problem had been there a long time ago, and honestly informed the butler that she couldn't afford his services now, nor could she afford the other servants in the house, as she had a pile of debts and no money. She thanked him for his hard work, but informed him that they would have to part ways. But the butler informed her that this was not the problem at all, and suggested that she go downstairs. The protagonist, looking at his worried face, decided to listen to the man. He led her to the window. The protagonist looked out the window and saw many people gathered under her windows. The butler was worried that the protagonist's mother was going to return soon, and the road to the house was completely blocked. Especially after seeing such a picture, the woman would definitely faint. The protagonist realized that for her mother to already see such a scene because of the failed business would be a real blow. If her daughter is also seen in such a light. So she straightened her hair and pulled herself together, realizing that she probably had no choice at all. At this time, the investors standing outside her house were shouting her biography and demanding her to explain what she planned to do. The servants tried to calm down all these agitated people, but they clearly couldn't calm down in such a situation. Having finally calmed down, the protagonist appeared in front of all these disgruntled people and asked them why they made such a fuss. The nobles told her that news had reached them that the war would end in a truce, so they wondered what would happen to her plan to secure the plateau and expand her business, and what she would do with the money they had invested in it. The protagonist confidently looked around at all the investors and shamed them for making such a fuss over such trivialities. It seemed to her that such behavior was too low for the nobles of the empire. The man, stammering at such comments, tried to explain to the protagonist that such remarks had no weight now, especially in the situation that was going on now. But the protagonist calmly inquired, since when investors stopped trusting her. She clearly thought she had earned more trust during her time in the market. She reminded the investors who had helped them earn their previous capital, and turned to one of the investors, reminding them that she was the one who had helped expand his insignificant distribution company to where it was today. In addition, she had helped another investor with his manufacturing company, and she had also helped many people, and they had reached their heights only because of her help. That was when Louis spoke up and reminded them that his wife had invested her money in their humble companies and guilds, and she had never disappointed them before and had constantly justified their trust. Therefore, it seemed to him that they had only invested in her business this time because they trusted her. He knew that the situation that Isel was in now would not be resolved easily, but Isel had already repaid them enough for their faith, so they should not doubt her now. One of the aristocrats calmed down and explained that they had put their faith in Countess Spencer, but they had invested huge sums of money in the man's plans, so they had come to make sure that their investment was in safe hands, and they were worried about the idea that they wouldn't be able to get their money back. Louis firmly stated that investors should not even think about it, because in the end, Isel will succeed and return every penny. Therefore, if the investors doubted it, she could pay them back right now. Isel smiled, though she didn't understand where Louis saw her money, for even at a time when food stocks were worth more than gold, she had no money. Despite Louis's convincing speech, people were still hesitant and asked what the Countess would do if her plan failed. Louis assured them that everything was going as it should, but the investors, obviously worried about their savings, did not believe in such optimism. Then the protagonist, clearly upset, turned to Louis. Looking at her sad face, the man tried to figure out what they should do. Suddenly, he said that Isel would give her head if her plan failed and the business went under. But while the protagonist was in shock, a voice suddenly sounded, clearly outraged that Louis was so easily willing to sacrifice Isel's head. It was Carl, who declared that there was no way he would let something like that happen. The protagonist stared worriedly, not realizing that the guy was back here again. But Carl grudgingly announced that if any of these people dared to touch even a hair on Isel's head, he was ready to swear in the name of the Byron family that he would cut out their entire clan. The aristocrats immediately calmed down because they knew how dangerous this family was and did not understand what kind of relationship the Countess has with the Duke that he so simply stands up for her. The protagonist at this time was standing, gathering her courage, and she was ready to give her head on the cut, just to end it all. With the Duke's help, the whole situation was finally resolved, and the three of them sat in the room thinking about what to do next. But instead of thinking of ideas, Louis and Carl were glaring at each other, and the protagonist didn't understand how long they were going to act so childishly. Carl spoke first and apologized for his tactlessness in showing up unannounced, but Isel assured him that it was okay. Carl also noticed that this was his second meeting with Isel's fiancé. The guy smiled sweetly, not understanding why such a question was being asked. Carl grudgingly noticed that the carefree expression on Louis's face was always the same. He could see that the features of his facial expressions expressed weakness. He had thin arms and legs that looked as if the owner had never even held a sword, pale skin without a trace of tan, as if to say he hated sunlight. He tried to get Louis to talk and started the conversation with his family, which he thought was truly outstanding, for it was a great family that had raised knights for generations. And Carl noted that all the members of this house were excellent swordsmen. Carl remarked that he still couldn't believe that Louis hadn't followed in his family's footsteps. Louis calmly stated that it was for that reason that his father considered him a white crow, different from the rest of them. But Louis also thought something about Carl was strange, namely his relationship with Isel. He could never have thought that they had anything to do with each other. Moreover, they had known each other for a long time, and he couldn't imagine something like that, because Isel had never mentioned it. Carl was clearly surprised that Isel had never told the story of her childhood, and considered it a great loss, for their story was very entertaining. Then Louis, smiling, suggested that Carl tell the funny story. Carl coughed awkwardly, trying to hide his embarrassment. He explained that it was not in his nature to talk about the past, but he decided to tell Louis their secret. Isel was the first to speak, saying that Carl had been a shy as a child, and also very timid and tearful. Louis looked at Carl and couldn't believe it was true. After all, a man who with one look makes it clear that in his veins flow not blood, but ice, can hardly be such a crybaby in childhood. The rumors about the Duke were the same. He was called the ruthless leader of the Black Lions. For years, he was a man who fearlessly chopped down enemies on the battlefield and called for the killing of civilians in enemy territory if necessary. Therefore, it was hard to believe that this man, who was colder and more fearsome than any of the previous dukes that had appeared, was timid and awkward. Charles tried to justify himself by saying that he was just a little child, and all children are like that. But the main character did not relent. She said that she had once had a chance to help Carl when he was crying because another boy had grabbed him by the collar. That's how their first meeting came about. Carl excused himself, saying that he wasn't crying, just a little tear running down his cheeks. But Isel did not relent. She also told how one day Carl fell into the water and begged for help, unable to get out of there on his own. Then the man pounced on the main character, trying to cover her mouth. He then looked at her fearfully and explained that if someone heard the story, there might be a misunderstanding. But the protagonist only laughed, saying that she didn't know it was something that couldn't be told. But he explained that he didn't forbid her at all, and had no right to forbid anything, but it was his personal request not to tell about something like that. The protagonist really didn't understand the reason, and didn't see a problem with the fact that the boy had behaved this way as a child. After all, some adults could cry and wet themselves, but the boy couldn't accept that he had been a crybaby, a coward, and a timid child as a child. And more than that, he feared that as the leader of the Black Lions, Duke Byron must be fearsome and authoritative to all his knights and subordinates. But if word got out that the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Army had wet himself as a child, he would no longer be respected. Therefore, he couldn't let anyone find out about it. But a single word from Isel could jeopardize his entire family, his status, and Carl hoped she realized that. At this time in the Imperial Palace, Gladio was sitting at tea with Vahidman. He had noticed that the man had been insanely busy lately, and not everyone was able to see him face to face. The man honestly explained that this was what he felt was the busiest time since the founding of the empire. Since the armistice was declared, disputes with every single country had to be settled to regulate the post-war situation from all sides. So much business had accumulated that he could no longer remember the last time he was at the mansion. Gladio listened carefully to his words, then thanked him for all his efforts. Gladio recognized that it was thanks to the Chancellor that the empire continued to stay afloat. But Vahidman calmly remarked that thanks to his work, the emperor also had the opportunity to leisurely enjoy a glass of wine. But the man merely smiled at this remark. Then, looking at him carefully, Vahidman asked for an explanation as to why they were even here now. After all, these meetings had never yet taken place without some good reason, which meant that the emperor clearly had some business to attend to. And the emperor agreed with that. But Vahidman did not understand. If the emperor wanted to discuss something with him, why didn't he just send him his subject? Although this caution was something he could understand. After all, they still didn't know which subject was a loyalist and which was a traitor. The emperor calmly stated that among all his subjects, there was no one who spoke as bluntly as the chancellor. He therefore wished to ask him a personal question when he met him, after which he handed him the letter. Vahidman began to unfold it with evident interest and familiarized himself with its contents, but at some point his face contorted with shock, and Gladio inquired what the man thought of it. As it turned out, in his hands was a marriage document. The terms of the truce included accepting the daughter of the so-called Demon King as a concubine. After reading this contract, Vahidman clearly had many thoughts, and this arrangement was really exciting and interesting. But still, the decision had nothing to do with him, so he didn't understand why the emperor decided to consult him. Gladio calmly, looking at the chancellor, asked what he thought about the proposal. The chancellor stated that since it wasn't about the empress's seat, he didn't see a big problem with it. Moreover, there was hardly any emperor in history who had married the daughter of a demon king. So, in that respect, Gladio would go down in history as the Demon King's first son-in-law. And it could definitely be called a grand event, and Gladio's name would remain in history for centuries. Of course, it would be unpleasant that Gladio would be seen as one of the Demon King's subordinates, but nothing could be done about it. After all, the truce was necessary to appease the people of the Empire since the war had already lasted too long, and if this condition was not accepted, the ceasefire agreement would be immediately terminated. And they didn't have the strength or resources to continue the war. Gladio honestly admitted that he had almost agreed to this condition himself, but that wasn't the problem. There was also a condition on allowing immigration. The Chancellor was very tense upon hearing this and couldn't believe that the Demon King actually had such a demand. The Emperor clarified that it was about true immigration, and he was completely serious. The Chancellor visibly tensed up and asked who else among the subjects knew about it. As it turned out, all the information was known only to the two of them. Wahidman realized that this was a serious problem. After all, not only does the Emperor have to marry the daughter of the Demon King, but he also wants to achieve free passage of demons to their lands. Although there are more than one nationality living in the territory of the Empire, still people have only gotten along with humans so far. But we are talking about the human race and demons. Therefore, this represented true madness. Wahidman could not imagine living side by side with demons. After all, he had never seen anything like this in his long life. Gladio didn't know what he should do, but it was obvious to Wahidman that if they didn't want to start a war again, they would have to accept these conditions. But a lot of conditions have to be defined so that chaos does not ensue. It was important what regulations they would set and what the demon emigrants could do in the Empire. After all, it's not just about coming and living, but whether they can pay taxes, buy and rent housing, run a business, or get a title. All of this needs to be discussed. But of special note is the issue of the church. The clergy who preached the words of God could rebel everywhere. Then the Emperor thought of Lancia's proposal, which was a real boon. After all, if demons came, the religious denominations would surely revolt, but the state religion was now the Church of Keliuma. Wahidman then asked how much time they had before the document was published. The document was to be published as early as this night. They had too little time. Then, looking at the shelf of alcohol, the Chancellor rose, asking if he could have a drink, after which he placed the bottle on the table. He suggested that the Emperor work hard to figure out how to squeeze the most out of this situation. At this time, Isel was pondering that tomorrow, the newspaper that would report that her entire family, who owned dozens of businesses, had suddenly gotten into debt and gone bankrupt, would go viral among the people, and she had absolutely no idea what to do about it. But unfortunately, because the Duke and Louis had drawn too much attention to her, she would have to give up the idea of running away. Louis couldn't believe that the protagonist was actually considering something like that, and even Carl couldn't take it for granted. But the heroine didn't care about their prejudices. She only cared that she knew that if she packed her things now and ran away, she would definitely get caught by someone, and then her escape would be over quickly. An awkward Carl asked how serious the protagonist's business problem was, but she calmly explained that he couldn't help in any way, so let him think there was no problem, and continued to ponder her escape. But afterward, she returned to more serious matters, and asked the Duke if he had come to her because he had some urgent business to attend to. He explained that the matter was of no particular importance, but that he had come to make her a business proposal. The protagonist thought about it, because the business with the Byrons was very profitable. Besides, it was conducted in the capital of the Archduchy, which was a military power, famous for its black lions. But not only that, they owned a territory famous for its medicinal herbs. And any trade route was sure to pass through Byron lands. It was the safest place on the continent, with low taxes. Therefore, the protagonist did not understand why this very Duke decided to make her a business proposal, and asked him to show her the documents on the business he wanted to offer her. The protagonist immediately began to read the documents provided by Carl, and realized that it is unlikely that this man would just like to offer her something like this, realizing that she is on the verge of bankruptcy. Setting the documents aside, she explained that she would review his offer in an internal meeting and contact him afterward. As soon as Carl rose to leave, the girl bowed and happily informed him that she was glad to see him and would try to contact him as soon as possible, and asked him to wait a bit. And she also extended her hand to him, thanking him for the business proposal, and wanted to shake it. But afterwards, she awkwardly realized that such a gesture was inexcusable towards the Duke, and apologized, going to remove her hand. But instead, the guy squeezed her palm tightly and smiled embarrassedly. He then reminded the protagonist of a proverb they had learned back in school and used as a joke. All roads lead to Byron. So he suggested the girl, if she got lost, to follow the black flag. Carl reminded the protagonist that he was doing this because she was his benefactor. So if she needed anything, she could just find the Black Lion to lead her to him, because the black doors would always be open to her. She knew at once what she was talking about. The Black Gate had always been a symbol of the Byrons. The solidity of huge iron doors that could not be opened from the outside, but could be easily opened from the inside. This phrase is often used to indicate that the Byrons put their complete trust in another person. Guy calmly stated that he would look forward to hearing from the protagonist and left. Lewis looked at the girl excitedly, awaiting her further instructions. Isel suggested that he still consider this option. After all, both escape and fraud threatened her with prison, but she didn't want to go to such a dark place. So she was left with only one option, and she had to deal with her debts somehow. As time passed, the spring breeze began to blow on the continent that had once been devastated by war. The cold of winter had lasted for years, but now everything was fading away and seeds were blooming. The negotiations had come to an end, and a peace treaty was signed, heralding the return of peace. The people who had managed to survive the long cold weather were now back to their daily lives, but chaos still persisted. The people around them whispered in disbelief that their king would marry the daughter of the Demon King, and they didn't understand how the emperor could marry a demoness, because to them it was truly absurd. In addition, people resented the fact that now between demons and humans will begin to assimilate because of emigration, and if a demon lives in their neighborhood, no one can even say a word against it. All the citizens of the empire were in turmoil when the basic details of the agreement became known. Allowing demons to emigrate was something unimaginable to the citizens of the continent. The demons who controlled monsters were just as monsters in the eyes of the people. Moreover, the death toll of the war was in the hundreds of thousands. The cries of neighborhood widows and the cries of children who had lost their fathers had not yet died down. And now people were very keenly aware that demons could live among them. It was completely incomprehensible to common sense. But the Imperial family and the Parliament were doing their best. They passed the relevant laws and amended them in an instant. Just 2 months after the signing of the peace, the wedding of Emperor Gladio was held in the Empire with a bang. All the noble women around were whispering about the demon that controlled the other hideous monsters. They think that since the bride was the daughter of the Demon King himself, she must be ugly too. And for sure, she must have blue skin and eyes as black as pitch, as well as narrow eye slits and tall stature, causing her to be even more disgusting. With pupils not unlike those of an animal, so saturated with malice that you cringe at the mere sight of them. That was her description, but it turned out to be completely wrong. When they saw the Demon King's daughter, they realized how badly mistaken they were. The girl looked like a very ordinary person. In addition to how demons populated the empire after the wedding ceremony, the preconceived notion of them changed significantly. In most cases, the trend changed from negative to positive. But there were some people whose prejudices changed to a much more negative direction. At this time, the protagonist spent all her free time in her office. Her assistant reported that it was another day when the turnover of sold products continued to decline. The protagonist had already listened to this news for 3 weeks in a row, so she informed that the assistant could go. Looking at how badly her business was doing, she realized that she had literally hit rock bottom. The only thing that was increasing was her debts and the tricks she was using to try and escape reality. The girl tried to convince herself that it was all a dream, and she just needed to wake up, and everything would be fine again. But waking up didn't work. As soon as she opened her eyes, she was again absorbed by the reality, which was simply monstrous. About 3 months had passed since the truce had been agreed upon, and the demons had begun to migrate, causing a lot of damage to Isel's business. When the demons arrived in the empire, they set up stores here and started doing commercial business, one of which was real estate. For some reason, the demons bought up hundreds of buildings and started renting them out at below-average prices. At first, it seemed that no one wanted to become a tenant with a demon and avoided these kinds of agreements. But as the financial situation of many families was weakened by the war and the economy was in decline, people had no other way to save even a penny. The demons also started opening stores for half-price rents. As a result, the business, in which Isel made a huge investment in real estate, sagged badly. But the protagonist could not understand how the demons were able to cover construction taxes, maintenance costs, and all unforeseen expenses, and from where they took such budgets for all these constructions and did not go into the minus. Isel suspected that perhaps this was a very risky way on their part to integrate themselves to the people of the empire, or a way to win their favor. And that strategy was workable enough. Not only did this behavior make her suspicious of the vile and loathsome demons, but she also developed a trust in them. At that moment, her butler, who looked visibly worried, ran up to the protagonist and informed her that the investors were here again. Isel just realized that she should have run away that night after all. Apparently, she was destined to live a life hounded by everyone as a debtor. No matter how much she explained, she was constantly hounded by people demanding their investment back. She asked them to trust her, to let her business adjust to the new realities, but their patience was only enough for a few days. So the protagonist asked for the butler to let her know that she was out of the place, or to make something up. After which, she looked at her investment plan that Carl had handed her. The essence of this plan was to build 1,000 houses in the Duchy of Byron. It was the perfect investment for her, since she had been involved in real estate and building construction for several years, and she would be able to make a lot of money, since there were no other projects this large on the horizon. But the main problem was that this plan was an investment for immigrants. In other words, it was an investment in demons. Her business had gone under because of the war, and she didn't see how she could now build houses where those very demons could enjoy a comfortable life. Thoughts like that made this business just appear on her desk, but she couldn't understand the intent of the demons settling in and why they were so obsessed with the land. Suddenly, she had a thought. She looked at the map and realized that they actually had a reason to love the land. She then started digging through her personal library and realized that they definitely needed to give away what they wanted. Isel clearly had some idea and was fired up to take full advantage of it. Meanwhile, Charles was walking quietly through the corridors of his palace until a butler came running up to him to announce the arrival of a visitor. He looked the man over calmly and noted that there were no appointments scheduled for today. Moreover, he didn't understand who would dare to come to him so early and suggested that he simply send the unexpected guest away. Carl didn't care if it was the emperor himself, because he had to follow the legal procedures to cross the threshold of this house anyway. The butler listened to his master's orders and was about to leave, but Carl stopped him at the end and asked who the person was that the butler had opened the iron gate for, although he had come here without any arrangement, for no one could enter so easily. But the butler calmly stated that it was a person for whom the iron gate was always open. The boy knew that the only people for whom the entrance to the manor was always open were family members or a benefactor. His parents were far away and could not return so early. Therefore, that left only his benefactor. There was hardly a person who could save him himself, Charles, who possessed the sharpest teeth among the craftsmen in the entire empire. In other words, it was easy to declare that there was a trickster behind the threshold. But the butler said that the guest was sure that as soon as she called out a name, Carl would immediately act as the person's guarantor. The butler himself thought this very strange at first, but the visitor took a very firm stand. Moreover, he came to them with a contract. At this point, the frightened Carl realized that it was Isel who was in charge of the Byron family's investment plan and demanded that she be escorted to the drawing room at once. Whereupon he frightenedly scurried around the room, realizing that for such a delay, he should definitely meet the girl himself. He hastily ordered the butler to prepare tea as soon as possible and to bring him his clothes immediately so that he could change into his best attire. All the maids scattered in different directions, and the frightened butler realized that this was the first time he had seen the Duke so excited. Before he could ask anything, the Duke had already run to his room. The frightened butler shouted after him, asking him to turn around, because the dressing room was on the other side.